completely erasing the inside defenses from Krav Maga. They're going to be effective in some cases, but in the case of a punch or stab to the stomach, definitely 1, 2, very instinctive. This is the instinct of a human being. Whoa! And what we're teaching you is the muscle memory. What to do after is to wrap, make sure he's not going to be able to pull the knife. When you're pulling the knife, I'm a part of your hand, and then I'm going to go with my own attacks. And if needed, disarm the knife and move back. So the main difference, as we saw in this technique between Aikido to Krav Maga, is again that the Aikido, the move with the body is less instinctive. We can see that a person, when you attack him, the first thing he's using is his hands and less his body motion. The body is much slower than the hands themselves. If you're going to attack me towards here, that's going to be my reaction. If you're going to attack me here, this is going to be a reaction. You guys can check at home. Simply attack your friend gently, and you're going to see that he's reacting with his hands. A body move can be added, but we cannot count in real life scenarios about the body defense, as the body is much slower than the hands. First of all, and second of all, we're not counting on arm locked. If we do arm lock in Krav Maga, that's going to be after I daze the attacker, after I punch, and he's not 100% there. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you.
At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on the world. U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kol El Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kol El Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help, and you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kol El Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now. Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Devo Klein coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. It's currently 8 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel, where we enter day 11 of the war with Iran. Let's quickly recap all of the latest developments. Waves of Israeli airstrikes are continuing on military targets across Iran. Just today, the Israeli Air Force completed 2 waves of airstrikes targeting military airfields, IRGC headquarters, and laboratories linked to Iran's nuclear program. In earlier airstrikes, Israeli fighter jets fired at 6 major Islamic military air bases. According to the military, aircraft used by the IRGC's Quds Force, as well as Iranian attack helicopters, were destroyed in the airstrikes. The strikes also targeted runways and air defense and detection systems designed to operate against Israeli aircraft flying over Iranian airspace. Citizens of Tehran told Reuters that the strikes last night were the most severe and intense since the start of the war, with many reports of strikes in multiple locations. In a separate wave of attacks, dozens of Israeli fighter jets dropped more than 170 bombs on military targets in Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz, destroying a Quds Force headquarters in Tehran and surface-to-air missile production and storage sites in Isfahan. The IDF added that a UAV facility used to launch attacks at Israel was also targeted, and that the channel of supplies between the Iranian regime and its regional proxies has also been severely damaged. As of now, more than 1,900 IRGC soldiers and commanders have been killed in airstrikes since the start of the war, with thousands more reported as wounded. And now, according to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli and American operations in Iran against the Islamic regime are, quote, breaking their bones. Speaking at a health ministry forum event, the Prime Minister had this to say.
השאיפה שלנו להביא את העם האיראני לפרוק את עול העריצות, בסופו של דבר זה תלוי בו, אבל אין ספק שבפעולות שנעשו עד עכשיו אנחנו שוברים להם את העצמות, ועוד ידנו נטויה. אם נצליח יחד עם העם האיראני, אז אנחנו נביא לסיום פרמננטי, במידה שיש דברים כאלה בחיי אומות, אנחנו נביא לשינוי, וכבר מביאים לשינוי כביר במעמדה של ישראל.
Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump is using similar rhetoric as Netanyahu, hinting at a much shorter timeline than anticipated for the goals of the operation against the Islamic regime. Speaking at a news conference in Florida, Trump said the conflict was, quote, a short-term excursion, and claimed U.S. and Israeli forces are very close to achieving their main military objectives, but also warned Tehran against any escalation to do with the current fragile oil supply chain. Have a listen.
We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever.
Tehran, in response, said that they, not Washington, will decide when the war ends, and warned that no oil will leave the region if the attacks continue. In an interview with PBS, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said that Iran is not ready to negotiate with the United States, saying it's, quote, too soon to know. This was his answer when speaking on the newly elected Ayatollah, son of the former Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei.
And since his selection, has he or anyone in your leadership had any contact with U.S. officials? Is that something that he is open to talk about negotiations or a ceasefire?
Well, first of all, it's too soon, for him to make any comment. We are all waiting for his speeches and comments, which would come later on. But I don't think the question of talking with Americans or negotiation with Americans once again would be on the table, because we have a very, bitter experience of talking with Americans. After 3 rounds of negotiation, and after the American team in the negotiation, said itself that we made a big progress, still they decided to attack us. So I don't think, talking with Americans anymore would be, on our agenda anymore.
And joining us now to help us make sense of all of these latest developments with Iran is our panel of experts. I am pleased to welcome to the show Benham Ben Taleblu of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and Brigadier General Yosef Cooperwasser of the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security and former IDF intelligence. Thank you both so much for joining.
Great to be with you.
So, Benham, I'd like to start with you. Both leaders, Trump and Netanyahu, seem to be under the impression that the operation is moving ahead pretty swimmingly and that they could be done way sooner than they thought. But the truth is that they are talking strictly military strikes. If the goal, as both leaders stated, is to make sure that the current regime will actually, like most of them have been eliminated at this point, but that the current regime cannot remain, that the people of Iran are actually the ones who need to, put in the final punch and finish the job. So when do you think will the plug be pulled on these airstrikes? When do you think they will say that it's enough? Because there will always be new targets to strike. I mean, we eliminated the supreme leader. They elected a new one, a hardliner. So my question is, when do you pull the plug?
Well, it's an excellent question. Much depends on if one is looking for a political victory or a military victory. You also mentioned the decapitation strike against Iran's, and we can't believe it saying this now because Khamenei's been there for so long, former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. It would have been a fool's errand to think that that strike would have, paused or ceased any kind of Iranian retaliation or response. No, we're in the cycle of violence that we are now. The regime is going to be continuing to fire missiles and drones, admittedly at a much lower rate. And the goal now has to be to move, in my view, if you want to spark or support or reinstigate the large waves of protest that we saw in the month of January against the Islamic Republic, the goal has to move from, looking at this as an operation, the operations against regime elites, the operation against the military command and control, the operation against the missile program, the missile bases, the missile production, what's left of the nuclear program, for example, move past those operations into a lower and slower campaign. So the more kind of worrying element of both the president and the prime minister's rhetoric is that the military success, which they have achieved and are achieving, may soon become the barometer for political success. No one goes out in the middle of a war, particularly a war with this many airstrikes and protests. But if the goal is to try to support protests following a war, there has to be some sort of effort, a transition from, in the US, for example, B-2s and F-35s to drones and A-10s, something that could basically provide air cover and pick up what the Israelis have been doing in the latter phases of this conflict. And what the Israelis have been doing is not just going after the elite, but the security forces. And even when the security forces are forced to vacate their barracks, we've seen strafes on, a stadium where the IRGC personnel were. We've seen targets of tents where the Basij paramilitary are, as well as large kind of gatherings of the Basij themselves. So this element of targeting the actual individual forces of repression is going to be the thing that gets you the most people on the street. No other strike is going to be able to drive the next round of street protests, because if street protesters go out again following this conflict and nothing has been done to clip the wings of the mid to low level of the repressive apparatus, well, then that's just going to be another suicide mission like we saw on January 8th or January 9th, where unarmed protesters get hit back again by what's left of a repressive apparatus. And you don't want the model here to be like Iraq 1991.
It's a very interesting and I think also very crucial point that you make. Yossi Cooperwasser, I'm curious if you share the sentiment. Do you think that the rhetoric from these leaders is worrying? And do you think that the goal should be to eliminate, as Benham is saying, sort of the Basij forces and not just the big guys at the top?
Well, I think we entered this operation with, or this war with some sort of ambiguity about the exact goals. On the one hand, there is the goal that pertains to the military operations that is supposed to bring about a new situation where Iran doesn't threaten its neighbors, including Israel, with its nuclear capabilities, with its ballistic missiles, with the proxies that they operate around Israel's ring of fire, and so on and so forth. That was one goal, and this can be achieved and quantified. We can know how much progress we've made in this direction by the number of attacks and the fact that we have air control of the air dominance in the skies of Iran is helping us to achieve this goal faster than expected, as both Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump were saying. But at the same time, there was another goal, which is very difficult to quantify, and this is paving the ground for the Iranian people to go out to the streets and take over the regime. The President Trump said right from the beginning, don't do it right now, it's not ready yet. When do you know that you have managed to pave the ground for that? It's totally unclear. And yes, we have to work hard, and we need a lot of time for that in order to weaken the security apparatuses of the regime and to weaken the regime itself, to weaken the regime leadership. We have managed to hit a lot of the leaders, but they still have leadership, and they still function more or less as a state. They carry out missile attacks. They manage to make sure that the protesters don't come to the streets again. They warn them not to do that. There are all kinds of elements of control that they show, and we have to be able to weaken their ability to control the situation. And this might take a long time. Now, do the leaders of Israel and the United States have the patience for that? This is an open question. And judging by what we heard from President Trump yesterday, we didn't even mention the need to pave this ground for the people. You get the feeling that they might not have the same opinion, because Prime Minister Netanyahu, as you showed a minute ago, was speaking about that as the main goal. And because he understands that if we are not going to reach that, then there's going to be another round sometime in the future. Mm-hmm. And President Trump is less committed to that, although it all started when he said that help is on its way for the Iranian people. But he has forgotten to mention it yesterday. Maybe he's still committed to that, but he has forgotten to mention it yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Now, there is another element that I do want to discuss with you guys, and Behnam, I want to actually bring this back to you. It's evident that the people in Iran are waiting for regime change, but there will always be also regime supporters inside of Iran. They might be a few, but they're still existing. So what is the plan for the day after, once the dust does settle? Do you enforce a democracy? I mean, when we're speaking of the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of the Shah, who is viewed by many as the replacement for the regime, he's saying that he wants the people of Iran to choose. But Iran was a monarchy before the regime. So where is this plan for democracy coming from? And do you think that Trump and Netanyahu really want to see a democracy in Iran? What are your thoughts?
I actually think it would behoove, not just personally and politically, but strategically, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, but also the United States of America and Israel, and also I would say the Arab world and the region, to actually have Iran be a democracy. I mean, Iran is, it has a conception of itself as a nation, civilizationally, historically. It's smaller today than it's ever been in the past 500 years geographically. That matters because, with immense respect to some of the neighbors, some of them are post-Ottoman Empire creations. So there's that also impacts the sense of nation and the sense of self. There's also the fact that, in terms of the population versus the state, there's a fundamental chasm. There's a dynamic there that is actually advantageous for U.S. foreign policy and for Israeli foreign policy, that makes this entire thing not an act of charity or missionary work, but an act of strategy to push past the Islamic Republic, to help the Iranian people do that. And that is fundamentally, in terms of the state, the Islamic Republic is the most anti-American and anti-Israeli state in the heartland of the Muslim Middle East today. And the Iranian population is the most pro-American and most pro-Israeli population in the heartland of the Muslim Middle East today. And the reason I'm saying that because social engineering values. This is why there is light at the end of the tunnel if there is a push for representative governments. And the push for representative government is not alien or new. It's what the Iranian people have been trying to seek for about 120 years now. in fits and starts across three very different regime types in their own country in contemporary Iranian history. Now, you made a reference to the monarchy as well as to opposition. It's important that we slice and dice these for the audience. Yes, Iran has a 2,500-year history of monarchy. Not everybody who is chanting the exiled crown prince's name is calling for a return to monarchy, but they are showing you something that is like a positive form of nationalism. Usually, nationalism is predatory, irredentist, imperial, and hegemonic. Nationalism in Iran, particularly based on the protest slogans and then the nature of your average Iranian protester, is no longer that. That's really why, nationalism is embodied in protest slogans like "Not Gaza, not Lebanon, my life only for Iran." This is an Iran-first foreign policy that you could have if you ever do have the Iranian people at the helm of their own destiny. And in my view, what the Crown Prince has been articulating for with those four principles that you mentioned is probably one of the largest, kind of broadest coalitions or umbrellas to get as many people, regardless of their political orientation, whether they want a republic or a monarchy or anything else, to be able to join. But there's no doubt you're never going to win over 100% of the population, much like Prime Minister Netanyahu has never won over 100% of the Israeli population, or here where I live and work in Washington, D.C., Donald Trump has never won over 100% of the population. The goal is citizenship, a sense of equality before the law, no matter your view, no matter your values, no matter your interest. And that is something that the Iranian people have wanted. And it's something that, at least based on statements and behavior for the past 4 decades, the exiled crown prince has been advocating for, which is why he's more popular today, 47 years later, than ever before.
See your thoughts on this topic. Having a democracy in Iran certainly would benefit the United States and Israel, as we've established. But in your view, do you think that that's something for the people of Iran that they would want?
First of all, the Iranian people have to decide how they're going to proceed from here. And I definitely, as coming from a democracy like your in the United States, we want to see fair and free elections as a tool for deciding what the people want. The problem is that we are dealing with a very divided and fragmented Iranian opposition. And there are so many different elements comprising this opposition that it's hard to see how they agree on anything. And yes, the Crown Prince is looking the most prominent figure within this opposition, but there are so many people who oppose him. So it's hard to say what's going to happen and how they are going to make the order in the room. It's a very difficult issue, and that's one of the major issues that keeps us from moving forward, because there are, even in this very unique time, this opportunity facing them, they cannot unite. And the issue of let's just remove this regime from power, let's unite on that. No, they are still ununited, and there are the differences between the minorities groups and major Farsi elements of the population, and so on and so forth. This fear of separatism, this distrust between the different members of the opposition, this is all holding us back in creating the conditions for regime change in Iran. And it's just a pity to see that happening. This is the time that there should have been some initiative for uniting all the factions. We saw some small initiative of this nature within the Kurdish groups, but the opposition in general didn't rise up to the challenge so far. I don't know, maybe it's going to happen tomorrow, I hope so. But so far it hasn't happened. And this raises the question of whether the right thing to do is to take to the streets, as everybody wants them to do eventually, or maybe there should be some other ways of protest that would lead to change in the regime, and maybe we need more time. I don't know. It's a very problematic situation that we're facing, and I'm not surprised that President Trump is more reluctant to speak about this matter, because nobody knows that the people of Iran is there to deliver.
So
you mind if I respond to that real quick?
Absolutely, go for it.
Sure. So, this is the Middle East. No one knows the complexities or the kaleidoscope of the Middle East better than Israelis, who have had to put out various fires at once while maintaining their own democracy. And actually, the history of the conflicts within Zionism, labor Zionism versus everything else, the founding of the state, was not united. Not united in Europe, not united when they came to Israel, and certainly not united in a many decades long rancorous democracy. I think that's a pretty good example that you can agree on the end goal and disagree on precisely how to get there. Here in the American labor union movement, there's a good line that I use to describe the phenomenon that we see across various Iranian opposition groups, which is march divided, strike united. And so long as the majority of the initiative is aimed at the Islamic Republic, I, for one, think that we should not be making, and this is the counsel I would say, do not make the perfect the enemy of the good when it comes to, what comes next with respect to the Islamic Republic, because entertaining other options that don't have the large swaths of the popularity of the street, like, God forbid, an ethno-sectarian insurgency or something that simply weakens the state, will either lead to the Islamic Republic becoming North Korea, or it will lead to burning through the goodwill of one of the last few countries in the region that actually does have goodwill socially with Israel and America, or worse, will lead to a failed state. And all three options are not beneficial for Israel or America.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I just want to.
I want to be respectful. I hear the alarms.
Right, so I just want to fill in our viewers and just give them a little bit of context if you did hear some of those alerts. We've just been notified by the Home Front Command that the Islamic regime has fired ballistic missiles toward central Israel, which is where we are currently located. We will have to go to the shelter soon. So I hope that you, all of our viewers, stay with us, and also the two of you, Yossi and Benham, as we will be continuing this from the shelter. But before we do this little transition into the shelter, I do want to ask the both of you on the relationship between Washington and Jerusalem when it comes to these attacks, and sort of hypothesize for the future. I think that when we were seeing the negotiations between the Islamic regime and the United States over the nuclear issue, there was a 1 point of tension, which was the ballistic missile program. Israel was saying, don't give up on the ballistic missile program. The United States was prioritizing the nuclear, and there was a little discrepancy there. But now that we're striking together in unison inside of Iran, there's a lot more, cooperation, and Jerusalem and Washington seem to be on the same page. But when it comes to the nearing of the end of this operation, when it comes to the day after and everything that happens afterwards, is there a fear that maybe Jerusalem and Washington might not be fully coordinated until the end when it comes to the following moves? It's clear that Israel prioritizes the regional proxies as well, which have been significantly damaged during this war, but the connection between the Islamic regime and the proxies, that is a priority for Israel, and in the United States, the priority is probably the nuclear. So Yossi, if you don't mind taking us away on this one, what do you think about the relationship between... Yeah.
I think there can be some differences between the priorities, because for Israel, it's very important to see the efforts to bring about a regime change make progress, because it's critical. It's beyond the defeating the possibility of Iran to have a nuclear weapon. But if we are not going to make progress towards that, then we are fully in agreement with the United States that emphasis should be given to the nuclear file, to the ballistic missiles file, and to the proxies file. And that's the order in which we want to make sure that we come out of this conflict.
And just really quickly, Benham, I do want to turn the question to you. But before that, I also want to give the stage right now to our very own ILTV's Steve Leibowitz. That is our editor-in-chief. He's going to be taking away this broadcast as we relocate from our studios here into the shelter. Steve, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Siren Steve. Yet? I had a warning. Yes. Let me just check.
Yeah, Steve, we've had warnings also in central Israel, and we will be moving the broadcast to you just for the next couple of minutes so we can relocate. And Benham, if you have a response to Yossi's latest remarks, please.
Sure, I'll be brief. Listen, I concur.
Please don't be brief. Apologies, please don't be brief. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you.
Until the end of the sirens. Keep going.
I actually concur here, but I think behavior matters a bit more than rhetoric at this point. And the behavior that we're seeing now, this is a historic joint Israeli operation that you could say is aimed at a minimum, our conversation about regime change notwithstanding, at a minimum, at defanging and decapitation. And that defanging mission is historic because this is a joint mission against the launchers, against the missile bases and the storage facilities. And to that end, this is showing you that they have identified, at least militarily, what certain acceptable end states are for this conflict. Now, we all remember that December 29th, one day before the protest started, there was also that historic statement where Prime Minister Netanyahu again came to the US at that point in Mar-a-Lago in Florida, standing next to the president, and the president basically giving a pale green light for a future operation about the Iranian missile challenge. The only reason we have, political cause for concern is that the rank ordering of the priorities when it came to negotiations. But negotiations right now, as you can see, are not the way the US, are not the way the Israelis or anyone else are dealing with the missile issue, the nuclear issue, and the transnational terror or the proxy issue. It's largely a kinetic way that we are dealing with that. So, truth be told, despite a different order and priorities for when it came to negotiations, we're no longer in negotiations now. When this stuff was made public, we weren't in a negotiation posture with the Islamic Republic. So, I'm cautiously optimistic that they can sing from the same sheet of music. The only fear here, again, is that once the conflict stops, how quickly does the music need to stop? Because if you remember last time, President Trump both chastised the Israelis and the Iranians for trying to get last shots in during the ceasefire, and that's something that I think you don't want again public as well.
And
Sorry,
we do
I have to
have a
go.
siren, so we will be ending it with that. Please stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We will still be here. We are just relocating. Steve, take us away.
I'm with you. Yossi, I'd like to ask you a question that takes it onto the ground itself, to the actual tactics of the Iranians. They're mostly shooting, it seems, toward the Merkaz, toward the center, and of course, toward the north, very little towards Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Israel. I live very close to the Knesset, and I've had to shelter relatively few times. Why is I'm not sure if anyone is hearing me or if any of our guests are hearing me. Biham, can you hear me?
I
I
can hear you,
understand
yes.
that you are still here with the guests. Well, let me ask you that from your perspective. Why are they firing at the center and the north of Israel and not at Jerusalem so much? I live in Jerusalem, right near the Knesset, and very rare that we get anything.
Um, well, that's good news for you, but ultimately, it seems to be a repeat of the firing formula from the 12-day war as well, where we saw a lot in the center, a little bit in the south. I mean, they did move a little bit towards Beersheba, but it was really in the north and in the center of the country. Um, we can assume or we can try to extrapolate that it's a copy paste of the way the operations went last time. The second thing is ideological. We can assume that they may not want to go towards the Dome of the Rock or the West Bank, even though I think, last time I think they did have debris fall in Palestinian areas as well. So it's probably a combination of those two things, in my view. But thirdly, and if we do take the model of firing that we see in the Persian Gulf area, where there's designed to be civilian targeting, and you look at the heavier warheads that we're seeing that carry submunition payloads, aka cluster bombs, these are designed to do damage. So if you take the fact that they're replicating the 12-day war firing model, there's the ideological element of not potentially wanting to strike the Dome of the Rock or fall in Palestinian areas. And number three, the desire to do civilian damage, going after civilians and civilian infrastructure. They are targeting more densely populated centers. So you put these three together, you begin to have an understanding of the regime's rates fire in heavily populated areas. Unfortunately.
We are now, thanks for that. We're now being joined by a guest from the Alma Center. I'm sorry, I'm not in the studio, so I don't even see your name. Could you tell us your name first and then tell us what's happening in the north now? I mean, you've been subjected to so many attacks in the past 24 hours alone from Hezbollah, but also from Iran. What is the latest in the north?
And for those of you just joining now, we are currently in the bomb shelters in central Israel and Jerusalem area. The Islamic regime has fired a slew of ballistic missiles to central Israel. We are all in our bomb shelters, and we have a few guests waiting on the line to come and speak to us. We have guests talking to us about Hezbollah and the northern front, the oil crisis, and more. All of this is coming up, and we appreciate all of your patience. And for all of our viewers who are joining now, thank you for joining us on this ILTV special live broadcast. We'll be getting to all of these topics and many, many more once we can get out of the bomb shelters. As you can hear the sirens going off right now, this is currently happening in central Israel, what you can see on your screens. And we have with us Steve Leibowitz, our editor-in-chief at ILTV. He is in his bomb shelter in Jerusalem. Steve, if you can hear us and if you have an update on what is happening inside of Jerusalem, the sirens have made it to you too. What can you tell us?
So Devo, no, we're sitting tight. Jerusalem has been quiet. That's what I was speaking with the guests about, the fact that Jerusalem has been relatively quiet compared to the center and the north. I think Sarit can hear us in the north, and I gave her an introduction. Sarit, can you hear us yet? All right, and so Sarit, let me ask you about the latest of what's going on in the north, the most
Sorry, I just want to jump in here and say Sarit is on the line, but our viewers cannot hear her yet, Steve. She is further in the lineup. We will be getting to all of these topics. These are very important topics, but she is not on the broadcast yet, so our viewers cannot hear her yet. We are still in the bomb shelters for those joining us now. I'm just going to recap. We have a ballistic missile barrage heading from Iran toward central Israel, sending thousands of Israelis into bomb shelters. There's actually been a reduction in sirens, red alert sirens, throughout the recent days. Obviously, in the beginning of the war, we've been seeing a tremendous amount of sirens, people being sent into bomb shelters consistently throughout the day. The number of red alert sirens has reduced, but has not diminished. And right now, citizens in central Israel are in their bomb shelters, us included here at ILTV. We do have our editor-in-chief, Steve Leibowitz, with us from Jerusalem. Steve, if you can give our viewers just a quick update while we are here in the bomb shelter without turning to any of our lovely guests who are still waiting, but they are not yet on our broadcast and our viewers cannot yet hear them. Steve, to you.
Devo, it sounds like you have another siren in your area. Let me say that where I am in Jerusalem, we have not been ordered into the safe room, so I'm going to keep talking as usual. But you can see on your screen live visuals of greater Tel Aviv area, Gush Dan, where so many millions of Israelis live, so much of the population, and in the north, of course, things have been even more disruptive in terms of daily life. They've had dozens of alerts. They have very little time in the north to actually take shelter. Here in Jerusalem, it's actually been very quiet for the last 3 days. We didn't have any sheltering until this morning. There was one, but the all clear sounded after just a few minutes. I'm not sure, Sarit, if they can hear you yet, so I'm not going to turn to you. But we do have a guest coming up, so don't leave us because we have an important guest that's going to be joining us from the Alma Center, Alma Research and Education Center, from the front lines of Israel, that's being pummeled for the last 11 days almost by Hezbollah, but also targeted by Iran. They're very much on the map of both enemies of Israel. I don't know if they're coordinated, but Sarit will talk to us about that a little bit later. About our front, while we were sheltering, many of us were also watching TV in the background where Pete Hegseth was on the air live talking about the war effort from a U.S. perspective. The Secretary of War, as he's called, made it clear that the war will continue until the Iranian military is completely degraded. The big question mark, of course, is what about the day after? We would talk about the day after here in Israel regarding Gaza for years and never really reached a good conclusion. But and now, of course, the 20-point Trump plan is starting to try to move forward in Gaza. But for Iran, what is the next step? Is there going to be a new regime? Can that be forced by the U.S. and Israel together? As much destruction that's done of their armed forces, does that change the facts on the ground in terms of their ability to survive as a regime? And right now, it's really about that for Iran, it seems to me. They're firing in all directions, hitting all of their Gulf neighbors, also firing toward Turkey, firing towards Cyprus, bringing the British in. The French are sending their ships, they say, because of their interests. So why is Iran doing all of this? Well, the consensus opinion in Israel is that this is the tactic to try to create an energy crisis in the region. The Gulf is, a lot of the oil refineries and a number of Gulf countries have been burning from Iranian attacks. The air defense.
Steve, let me just jump in here. If you can hear me, we actually have an expert with us right now who can actually give us some insight on the recent developments when it comes to the energy crisis and everything happening with the Strait of Hormuz. I can also update that shipping giant Aramco has recently said this morning that that there is catastrophe waiting for the region regarding all of the issues with the Strait of Hormuz. We can now bring to the broadcast Julien Matenois to give us some of the insight of this development. Julien, what can you tell us about this oil crisis? Is Aramco correct in saying that catastrophe awaits the world?
A very good day to you. Yes, I mean, it doesn't look very good right now, but last night the price of Brent, the reference benchmark, closed just short of $99 per barrel after straying close to nearly $120 per barrel. And it's now hovering around 90, 91. So that's a lot. But if you care to consider that 20 or 25% of the world's oil and gas supply is currently stranded in the Gulf, it's still well below the $139 reached in the spring of 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. And the other thing that those random price duration tell me is that this market is still driven very much by headlines, and President Trump is very much into the driver's seat, more perhaps than by accurate observation of what's going on the ground. Even if the situation on the ground right now looks pretty dire, as you noted. Yes, some of those producers are in a bad position. Iraq has already shut down some production because they cannot store the oil. It's a 24/7 operation. It's a just-in-time operation. You use the oil, you put it in tankers, and tankers go to your buyers. If you stop the just-in-time cycle, then it becomes very, very complicated. And it's the same story now for probably Saudi Aramco and probably the UAE as well. So yes, the situation is getting very complicated.
Well, President Trump just last night made a comment in which he said that he expects the war will end pretty soon, and many attribute that comment to helping drive down the prices today of oil. But tomorrow he might say something else. The Iranians are going to continue flailing in all directions if their policy is indeed to create as much pressure as possible on Trump because of the oil prices and the energy crisis. Then we can expect that the next days they are going to step up their attacks, and that'll create even further problems, won't it?
Yes, You are very right. I mean, yesterday, President Trump talked down this market to help relieve the pressure. And if you excuse the dancing and the kitsch music after Trump's speech, somehow it seemed to work. So I think this market is now aware of the US pen threshold on oil prices. You know, at more than $100 per barrel, US gasoline at the pump gets close to $4 per gallon, even $5 in some places. And you could think that all Iran has to do is to dig trenches and wait for the cost of living crisis to take over in the US just before the midterm election. But on the other hand, the Strait of Hormuz doesn't have to stay disrupted by Iranian droughts for the next 10 years. You know, the US and Israel could use ungodly firepower to just annihilate the entire coastline. So how long can Iran keep the Strait of Hormuz shut without really upsetting Israel and Trump? Is maybe not that long. So, you know, there's still a possibility that this conflict might be shorter lived than we think. I mean, I'm staying in, you know, on the positive side of believers here.
Steve, I can jump back in now. We are back in our studios here. We've exited the bomb shelters, and we can now continue with our broadcast as scheduled. Julian, that is unfortunately all the time that we do have for this. We are going to rearrange this broadcast a little bit. But Julian Matanois, thank you so much for joining and for giving us your insights on this matter.
Pleasure.
And for our viewers, I do want to take a moment to go back to our original panel of experts. Yossi Cooperwasser is not with us as he too has gone to the bomb shelter. But Benham Ben Taleblu, if you are still with us and want to give us your closing remarks before signing off, we would appreciate that. Benham, can you hear us? All right, Benham is not with us, and I do want to thank him for joining us on this broadcast, of course, from the Foundation of Defense of Democracies. But with that, we can move to the Northern Front, although we have now gotten yet another alert from the Home Front Command. It might be a mistake coming from my phone, but we will follow up on that. The Northern Front explosions are currently rocking Beirut as the IDF continues to carry out airstrikes in the Lebanese capital against Hezbollah and other Iranian-backed terror groups. The 91st Division, which now has suffered 2 fallen soldiers in recent days, has been active along the border and inside Lebanon, carrying out security operations and forwarding Israel's defensive campaign against Hezbollah. Troops on the ground identified multiple rocket launchers that were either armed and aimed at Israel or had been used in previous days to launch attacks at Israel. Air Force strikes were quickly ordered, and in one instance, a rocket launcher was destroyed just minutes after being used to fire at Israeli civilians. According to the defense minister's office, more than 1 million Lebanese civilians have now left their homes following Israeli evacuation warnings, including about 650,000 people from Beirut's southern suburbs and another 500,000 from southern Lebanon. Israeli defense officials also warned Hezbollah may intensify rocket and drone attacks in the coming days in an attempt to divert Israeli attention away from the ongoing war with Iran. And as our editor-in-chief teased us earlier, I can now turn to Sarit Zehavi, president of the Alma Research Center, to give us some insights on the Northern Front. Sarit, thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me. First, I want to say that there is no decline in the Iranian shooting towards Israel, except in the past 24 hours, more of that was towards the north. But if you count the numbers of attacks, actually in the past few days, it's pretty stable between 9 to 12 attacks a day. But in the past 24 hours, we've seen much more towards the north. And we spent time talking to you from my bomb shelter, and we are waiting for another alert here. We've seen this
and that's, of course, in addition to the firing from Hezbollah. They're coordinating their missile attacks, the ones from Hezbollah and the ones from Iran. And it is important to tell our viewers, those of you who aren't aware of the Home Front Command system, there is no warning for the missiles that we get from Iran. There is about an 8 to 9 minute warning in advance before the siren even goes off. That is not the case when Hezbollah fires. The citizens of northern Israel have to drop everything quickly and run to their bomb shelter. So Sarit, thank you so much for joining us from your bomb shelter. Could you talk with us a little bit about Hezbollah's recent involvement in this war with Iran? You know, first and foremost, I want to address the reports that the Lebanese government is now trying to achieve some sort of deal with Israel to halt the airstrikes on the Lebanese capital in Beirut. In exchange, they reportedly could disarm Hezbollah, but these are all things that we've heard before. We've seen it before. The Lebanese have failed to rein in Hezbollah in the past, so it's starting to sound like a broken record at this point. So Sarit Zahavi, from your bomb shelter, what can you tell us about Hezbollah's involvement? What are the internal situations inside of Lebanon, and do you think the Lebanese government can do anything to intervene?
Hezbollah is not willing to disarm voluntarily. On the contrary, between the two campaigns of 2024 and 2026, it invested a lot of money in rebuilding its military power, in drones, and we see the results now in the rockets, training Radwan brigades, which came down south to the Litani River now, and they are launching anti-tank missiles and mortars towards our forces in Lebanon. The reason they are evacuees is because Israel wants to attack all those missiles and weapons that are stored inside the houses of the Lebanese in the Muslim Shiite towns of South Lebanon or in the Dahia, the Hezbollah suburb in Beirut. That's part of international law to warn the population ahead. Lebanese government didn't deliver in the past 20 years. In the Lebanese army, there are officers that are collaborating with Hezbollah, so I have very little expectations that this will work out. But I do believe that international pressure should continue on the Lebanese government to designate Hezbollah as a terrorist group. That's the only way, and to make sure that they close also all the civilian activity of Hezbollah in Lebanon, because this is how it enables them to hide those rockets inside the homes and bring to the result that we see now of thousands that are being evacuated. One last point, I live 9 kilometers from the borderline. I have 15 seconds to get to the bomb shelter. Israelis that are living at the border, and most of the fire goes to at the border. It's zero time. We just have zero time. People had alerts here for 10 times a day. It's impossible to truly live like that. And yet the people of Northern Israel are very brave and strong, didn't evacuate. We want to see the Northern Israel bloom, and we are encouraging our government to continue the strikes against Hezbollah.
So, Sarit, I can actually tell you that we have a resident of Northern Israel here with us. Efrat here is also a member of the Galilee Regional Council. Efrat, you are living in the north as well. You are also being sent to the bomb shelters. First of all, I want to thank you for joining us on this broadcast, and would also love if you could just jump in on what Sarit was saying, give us some perspective on the Israelis of Northern Israel right now who are just constantly under fire. We know last night the sirens did not stop in Northern Israel, keeping Israelis up all night. And yet the Home Front Command guidelines, they haven't changed. They've remained the same. People are expected to somehow go to work in the morning. What can you tell us from the current situation in Northern Israel?
Agree with what Sarit said. We are here. I live in Sde Nehemia. It's really near Kiryat Shmona, right on the border of Lebanon. We have zero time warning. So when we have the sirens, it means that we have to drop off everything and we have to run to the shelters. And as you said, it's really impossible to maintain a routine like that, because you always have to worry that you have a shelter or a safe room around you. And still, we want and we need to maintain our routine. The kids, they don't go to school. I have 3 kids, 3 teenagers. They don't go to school, but they learn from home. I go to work. I go to the office, and they are at home, usually by themselves. They're teenagers. They manage to go to the safe room. It's very tough. It's very tough. We have been living like that for a long time now. I was actually born and raised in Kiryat Shmona, and I lived in the north for all my life. So I really, this is our lives. But I think that we are now at a very historic crossroads for our government to take action finally against the Hezbollah. And I mean, the political circumstances and the situation with Iran allow our government now to take all the action they need to take against Hezbollah. And we, as the residents of the North, call our government to take this action now and finally have this done, for once and for all solution. They have to eliminate Hezbollah. We want to live in peace. We want to live here. We don't want to be evacuated. We want to live peacefully in our homes, to allow our kids to study and to maintain their routine. This is what we want. So we really call the government to take any action they need. We are resilient. We can take it, but we need to make sure it's happening this time, because we were in the story before, okay? We were told a year and a half ago when the ceasefire with Hezbollah in Lebanon, the agreement was signed. We were told that the Hezbollah is eliminated and Nasrallah is gone and that we can return to our homes, those who were evacuated. But we see it's not the case. We see that, they're still attacking us. The aggression is escalating in the last few days. And we believe that a major action has to be taken to eliminate Hezbollah threat.
Yeah, and we actually still have Sarit with us on this broadcast. Sarit, if you can hear us, Efrat is mentioning that obviously the government was saying in the previous time around when the ceasefire was signed that Hezbollah's assets and capabilities have been significantly hampered, but now we're seeing that they have come back to life, their capabilities. So Sarit, what can you tell us about Hezbollah's capabilities? Have all of the recent rockets just been a rebuilding effort since the ceasefire that is now coming to fruition, or were these all munitions and tactics that were hiding underground that the IDF simply didn't reach beforehand?
IDF only maneuvered a few kilometers from the borderline in 2024. So basically, in the middle of South Lebanon, in an area of about 20 square kilometers south of the Litani River, nobody maneuvered. The Lebanese army didn't disarm Hezbollah in those places, and as far as we airstrike them, as we learned in the past few and a half years, it's not enough. When we ended the war with an agreement, we knew that we degraded the amount of rockets of Hezbollah in 80%. This means that they still had about 25,000 rockets and about 1,000 drones. And yes, they invested a lot in rebuilding their power, training their forces, rebuilding their field forces as well, and Radwan brigades with all those who were wounded with the Pagers attack. And I think that the game changer here is this, like they succeeded in bringing the organization to be active in the current campaign after a year or so that they could train them again, and they knew how to hide and focus on rehabilitation rather than escalating the situation.
So my question is, what is the IDF doing there right now? How does this current operation differ from the one that we've seen, since Hezbollah started firing at Israel really on October 8th, 2023, until the ceasefire was signed? What is different in this operation that we're seeing today?
Everything is different because in October 8, 2023, there was nobody here to protect us. And that's why the communities were evacuated. Immediately when this campaign started, IDF sent forces to the borderline on the Lebanese side to make sure that it is creating a buffer that will not enable Hezbollah to attack the communities, to invade to the communities, to launch massive anti-tank missiles which cannot be intercepted into the communities. Yet, I want to say there is no 100% when you are fighting guerrilla forces, and Radwan brigades received the order to act independently in small cells against IDF forces or even against the communities if they will be able to do that. So IDF is there, is protecting us. It's inside Lebanon, which it wasn't in 2023. It is also attacking harshly in Beirut, evacuating or warning many Lebanese to evacuate. This is very important because it also creates a lot of pressure on the Lebanese government as well. So everything is different from our experience in 2023, and that's why this is keeping us stronger than in the previous situation that we've been living like for 11 months until the offensive back then, with the feeling that nobody is actually fighting the fight. This is not the situation now, clearly, and Hezbollah, with all the fire that is going on northern Israel, is not what it used to be. It is incapable of launching an invasion like Hamas had done in October 7. And the IDF is working very hard to keep it that way and to even try to stop any small infiltrations into the communities.
So, ladies, we really are almost out of time for this live broadcast, but just before I let you both go, I thought if you could just respond to Sarit's comments about the difference between the first time that we were fighting with Hezbollah in Lebanon and this time around. Do you feel a difference living in the north? Do you feel more scared, less scared, more safe, less safe? What are your thoughts?
In a sense, we're kind of used to it. It's not something new to us. We're already used to run to the shelters. We know what to do. We are practiced. But on the other hand, I think that a lot of people feel really, tired of this situation. And again, we are fine to sit in the shelters now in a safe room for another few weeks. But we want to make sure that this time the action would be very successful and we can have peace for at least, I don't know, few more years, 10 years, 20 years. I don't want to be too optimistic because, again, I've been living in this area all of my life, so I know how it goes, it comes and goes, but we have to take a really firm action this time. So.
Absolutely. Efrat Eldan Shechter, citizen of Northern Israel. I hope that you're staying safe these days in your bomb shelter right now. Thank you so much for joining. And Sarit Zehavi of the Alma Research Center, thank you both so much for coming on the show. I know it's not easy in Northern Israel. I hope you're both staying safe and we pray for better days. Thank you both.
Thank you.
So for those of you who may just be joining our broadcast now, we've had red alert sirens that sent us into the bomb shelters here in central Israel. And we've just had two ladies from the north telling us that the rocket fire has been constant and non-stop. But we do always like to end on a bit of a positive note. While most Israelis are coming under fire and running to bomb shelters, a lot of Israelis don't always have the means to get into their bomb shelters. They don't always know where the nearest bomb shelter is, and there is a great sense of uncertainty and fear as the Islamic regime likes to fire at Israel at unpredictable times each time. But this is the startup nation. And in Israel, creativity and innovation never stops, with internet spiking recently and internet traffic raising by about 25% since the start of the war with Iran. Some have actually capitalized on these unique circumstances, and have developed interesting apps that are helpful and connecting Israelis as they stay in their bomb shelters. I've gathered a report. Take a look.
The Islamic regime continues firing missiles at Israeli civilians at unpredictable times, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes in the middle of lunch. Despite the early warning from the Home Front Command of an imminent incoming barrage, many Israelis remain close to bomb shelters for fear of sirens catching them at the wrong time. Just 2 days ago, Mako released a report of the cities that suffered the most rocket attacks. The reports claim that citizens of Petah Tikva in central Israel have spent over 16 hours in bomb shelters across more than 65 sirens. So what do the people of the startup nation do during this time? Well, they are creating. 3 interesting apps emerged connecting and protecting people across the country. Innovative apps like the Bomb Shelter Locator has turned a potential crisis scenario into a map game, showing over 200,000 bomb shelter locations around the country. And for those who can't sprint to the shelter, the Purple Vest app helps the disabled seek help during alerts, with the volunteers using the app to locate and assist those who need help. And the Can I Shower app is currently breaking the internet, which shows users a risk percentage score for showering, giving people an idea of when it should be safe to use the shower peacefully and not worry about running to the shelter in nothing but a towel. And have you heard of the bomb shelter version of Tinder? Hooked connects users in the same bomb shelter looking for love, offering an icebreaker dating solution to the hours spent inside. Even U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee was amazed by this app. Even as missiles rain down from above, Israelis never stop creating, initiating, and bringing new inventions to the world and the country, who now, more than ever, crave connection and unity.
Well, there you have it. A nice positive story to wrap up our broadcast. We've had quite the broadcast recently. We've had sirens, red alerts that have sent us into the bomb shelters. We've had commentators on a slew of topics, and we hope that you were staying tuned for all of it, as there are more developments coming out of Israel, and we are trying to keep you as updated as we can. But with that, we do have to close our broadcast for now. This is ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. Scan the QR code for more updates on our WhatsApp channel.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Sivan Raviv, and coming up in today's newscast. Day 10 of the war with Iran. Israeli warplanes have struck Iranian Air Force headquarters and key military facilities. Iran names Mujtaba Khamenei as the new supreme leader about a week after his father was killed in U.S.-Israeli strikes. And Israel says it dealt a major blow to the Iran-Hezbollah alliance after a precision strike in the heart of Beirut killed senior Quds Force and Hezbollah commanders. It's day 10 of the war with Iran. The IDF says the Israeli Air Force has carried out new strikes inside Iran targeting Iranian Air Force headquarters, dealing a significant blow to Iran's military command structure. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has the latest.
Israel says it's dealt a significant blow to Iran's military command structure during a new wave of airstrikes targeting key security and military facilities. The IDF says the Israeli Air Force destroyed the headquarters of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in Tehran. The strike is part of a broader Israeli campaign targeting Iranian military infrastructure, including missile sites, command centers, and strategic facilities linked to the Revolutionary Guard. The IDF confirmed that a number of top Iranian military leaders were killed in the airstrikes. The IDF spokesman said the facility was used to direct missile and drone attacks against Israel and other countries in the region.
כעת ניתן לומר כי בתקיפה עוצמתית השמדנו את מטה חיל האוויר של משמרות המהפכה. מתוך המטה שהושמד, המשטר ניהל את ירי הטילים והכטב"מים לעבר עורף מדינת ישראל ומדינות האזור. בתמונה שמוצגת כעת על המסך ונחשפת לראשונה, מופיע אמיר עלי חאג'י זאדה, מפקד חיל האוויר לשעבר של משמרות המהפכה שחוסל במבצע עם כלבי. מהמטה בו הוא מצולם, הוא ניהל והוביל הוצאת מדווה טרור. תקפנו את המטה והשמדנו אותו.
Earlier, IDF airstrikes hit command centers used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the besieged paramilitary force in the city of Isfahan. The IDF says the operation was guided by military intelligence and also targeted a rocket engine production facility and missile launch sites. The strikes come as Israel expands its campaign against Iranian military and strategic targets, as well as targets directing internal oppression by the Iranian regime. With Iran's Air Force headquarters destroyed and top commanders eliminated, this strike sends a clear message. The Iranian military is being pummeled and degraded day by day and is facing defeat, if not surrender.
Ever since the death of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in the first days of the war, there has been much speculation about who will succeed him. Now that speculation is over. Let's cross to our correspondent, Alec Pollard. Alec, after 37 years, Iran has chosen a new supreme leader. Is that correct?
Yes, Ivan. Iran's Assembly of Experts have named Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of slain Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, as Iran's next supreme leader. Iran's state media reported the decision on Sunday following days of speculation over who would succeed the longtime leader after he was killed in the opening stage of the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran. Mujtaba Khamenei, a mid-ranking cleric, has long been seen by parts of Iran's ruling establishment as a possible successor to his father, despite the Islamic Republic's ideology historically rejecting hereditary succession. But Mujtaba enjoys strong support from the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps and the political establishment. The bigger question, though, is will he survive when both Israel and the U.S. have a target on his back? The IDF's Farsi account posted on X, "The hand of the State of Israel will continue to pursue every successor and every person who seeks to appoint a successor. We warn all those who intend to participate in the successor selection meeting that we will not hesitate to target you either." This is a warning. Before Mujtaba's election, President Trump warned, quote, "If he doesn't get approval from us, he's not going to last long. We want to make sure that we don't have to go back every 10 years. When you don't have a president like me, that's not going to do it." Now, as far as Mujtaba's chances of survival, Iranian media also reported that he has already been injured in this war, although we have no way of confirming that. In any case, he is unlikely to present any major departure from the ideology of his father, and thus the Islamic Republic under Mujtaba will probably present the same type of threat that it did before, and so he will not receive that approval of Trump that we mentioned earlier that is necessary to end this war.
Thank you, Alec. The IDF has now released for publication the name of the second IDF soldier who fell during combat in southern Lebanon. He was identified as Staff Sergeant Or Demri, aged 20, from Liman. Or served as a soldier from the Combat Engineering Corps in the 91st Division. May his memory be a blessing. And in more news from the Lebanese front, Israel says it has dealt a major blow to the Iran-Hezbollah alliance, killing senior commanders in a precision strike in the heart of Beirut. ILTV's Devo Klein has the latest.
Israeli strikes in Beirut targeted Iran's IRGC Quds force in the Dahiya district. Local reports show damage of multiple buildings, including command centers and military infrastructure. Fires were reported and some structures suffered partial collapse. No immediate casualty figures have been confirmed. The area is known as a strategic base for Iranian operations in Lebanon. The IDF says 5 top officials from Iran's Revolutionary Guard Quds Force and Hezbollah were eliminated in the targeted airstrikes on a hotel in the Lebanese capital. According to the military, those killed included key figures responsible for intelligence sharing, operational coordination, and terror financing between Iran and its proxy networks in Lebanon and the Palestinian arenas. Among them was a senior financial operative who the IDF says was responsible for transferring some $770 million from Iran to Hezbollah over the past year. Their elimination could have a long-term impact on the ability of Iran and Hezbollah to coordinate military operations. IDF Chief Eyal Zamir said Hezbollah will pay a heavy price for its continuing attacks on Israel as the war with Iran and its proxies continues. Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir made the comments during a situation assessment at the Homefront Command alongside senior air defense and civil defense officials. He warned that the conflict could take time, calling it a critical and fateful war that will shape Israel's security for years to come. And he urged Israelis to follow Homefront Command instructions as air defense forces, pilots, and ground troops continue operations along the border and in Lebanon.
It's day 10 of the war with Iran, and Iran continues its missile attacks on Israel with a new barrage launched today using a ballistic missile carrying a fragmentation warhead. According to Israeli authorities, the missile struck a construction site in central Israel around noon, killing 1 man and critically wounding 2 more at a construction site. Several additional people were injured at other impact sites in the region. Several apparent cluster bomb munitions struck central Israel during the attack. According to first responders, residents of the Sharon area say there was no early warning before the siren. According to authorities, at least 9 sites were hit by cluster munitions over several kilometers. Overnight, Iran fired additional missile barrages, triggering air raid sirens across large parts of the country. A woman was also injured in central Israel then by flying debris. Alerts were activated across northern, central, and southern areas, including the Sharon area, as Israel's air defense systems worked to intercept the incoming missiles. At the same time, Hezbollah fired rockets and drones from Lebanon toward northern Israel, setting off sirens in border communities, including the city of Kiryat Shmona. The IDF says there are no reports of direct hits or casualties from that attack. Meanwhile, the health ministry says more than 2,000 people have been hospitalized with war-related injuries since the conflict with Iran began in February 28th. 155 patients remain in intensive care, including 9 in serious condition. And joining me now to discuss the latest is Lieutenant Colonel in Reserve Jonathan Conricus, Senior Fellow at the FDD. Thank you, Jonathan, for joining. Jonathan, as someone with extensive experience in the IDF, how would you assess Israel's current situation in this war with Iran? What further goals need to get done and to progress in order to achieve the war goals?
Well, Shalom, thanks for having me. We're still early stages. I would say that we are making progress in the right direction across the board, whether it's striking senior officials, whether it is taking out Iran's ballistic missiles, whether it is the ability to strike all military targets in Iran and successfully defending ourselves against Iranian ballistic missiles and drones. Those things are progressing and are progressing well, but I think we should temper our expectations in terms of time frame and understand that we are dealing with a very big challenge. We're dealing with an enemy that has had a lot of time to really consolidate power, to generate military capabilities, and it will take time, patience, and a lot of firepower, lots of fuel, and many, most importantly, brave pilots to do what's necessary. But the good thing is we're working in the right direction, and when I take stock of the situation, what do the Iranians have at their disposal versus where they started? What do we have at our disposal versus where we started? And most importantly, how does the logistic strategic environment look like? The Iranian regime is weakened and left without strategic international support and with very limited logistics. And it's an opposite picture on the other side. Israel is strong, strengthened with solid logistics. And as long as we are fighting together with the US, then we have all the diplomatic support that we need.
And so you speak of time. More and more we're hearing this might be a longer war than initially anticipated. In your assessment, are we talking about several weeks, or could this last even longer?
It very much depends on how deep Israel wants to go, how much the US will allow Israel to do so, and it depends on the overall achievement that Israel will want to see by the end of fighting or before fighting ends. If the objectives are more confined to tangible military things, as in destroy Iran's capacity to build ballistic missiles, obliterate their military industry, if it's only defined or limited to destroying their infrastructure that was part of building nuclear weapons, then we could be talking about a few weeks until it's verified in terms of BDA that those very tangible physical things have been achieved. However, if we're talking about expanding and if we're talking about bringing down the regime, then I think we have to broaden or lengthen the duration and take into account that when the military part of operations end, or the war end, then a diplomatic part will start, and there perhaps will be less shooting and less firing, but it will be equally important because the end goal is to help the Iranian people overthrow the regime. I believe that that is what Israel wants. Where it gets challenging is whether or not the US will follow through, and whether or not the US will be happy with, a 60, 70, 80% achievement of the goals without really bringing the regime to total collapse and allowing the Iranian people to reclaim their country. I believe we'll get to that fork in the road in a few weeks. I understand that, global media, people around the world and here in Israel, you got to talk about something. And the most very interesting thing is how long is it going to take and when are we going to go back to normal lives. I think we have to be patient and understand that the dynamics that are now in play are long-term ones. It's going to take time for us to undo the Iranian regime. And I hope that Israel will have the military, logistic, diplomatic capacity and discipline to really stay the course here and for once in 47 years, get rid of the biggest threat that we've had to our national security and in some cases our very existence.
So I want to touch upon that. There is a speculation that this might end without a complete regime fall, but rather maybe just a weakening of the regime. Would that be a great disappointment?
I think it would be unsatisfactory. I think it would be a wasted opportunity. I'm sure that tens of millions of Iranians would feel immensely betrayed by the US and by Israel and by all other parts of the world who are not so much participating and not as brave as we and the Americans are. But I think the Iranian people would feel hugely disappointed. And I think that for that scenario, what Israel is doing, understanding that that is a scenario that unfortunately is possible, what Israel wants to achieve militarily is to really narrow the scope and narrow the ability of whoever will govern in Iran after that, whether it is benign or an Iranian regime that is hostile as the one that we have now. Whoever governs Iran, we can at least make sure that for the foreseeable future, they will not have the means to execute any attacks against Israel, whether it's nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles, drones, or the ability to fund terror organizations. And that I think Israel can achieve. Hopefully Israel will be part of this coalition that will help the Iranian people reclaim their country, get rid of this horrible and oppressive regime, and really herald in a new age in the Middle East.
Jonathan Conricus, thank you very much for joining.
Thank you.
The first rescue flight from Dubai has landed at Ben Gurion Airport, bringing home about 330 Israelis who were stranded in the UAE since the start of the war. This as Saudi Arabia has strongly condemned Iran, calling Tehran's missile and drone strikes against the kingdom and neighboring Gulf states reprehensible. More on this from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
The first rescue flight from Dubai landed this morning at Ben Gurion Airport, bringing home about 330 Israelis who had been stranded in the UAE since the start of the war. The operation was coordinated by Israel's Transportation Ministry and Emirati authorities, prioritizing families, children, and the elderly. Additional flights are expected later today to return more citizens safely to Israel. Since February 28th, Iran has launched multiple missile and drone attacks targeting Dubai and the UAE, threatening civilian and commercial areas, disrupting air travel, and prompting emergency response measures, including evacuations and shelter-in-place orders. Most projectiles have been intercepted by UAE air defense, but the attacks have increased regional tensions and concerns over oil and shipping security. Saudi Arabia has strongly condemned Iran, calling the strikes against the kingdom and neighboring Gulf states reprehensible. However, the kingdom has not announced any direct military action against Iran. Meanwhile, the United States has ordered diplomatic personnel in Saudi Arabia to leave the country. This follows drone attacks near the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, which sparked a small fire and prompted security alerts. The embassy has since been closed, and Americans in several cities were told to shelter in place. According to reports, Iran has fired projectiles at Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE in recent days. In Kuwait, a drone strike hit a government building, igniting a large fire and killing 2 officers. At least 14 people have died in Iranian attacks across the Gulf since the war escalated, including civilians and foreign nationals. The conflict has also sent global oil prices surging, with the war in Iran continuing to threaten energy production, shipping, and regional stability across the Persian Gulf.
Across Israel, local community branches are often where national movements really come to life. At World Emunah, those branches are building connection, resilience, and leadership from the ground up. In Rehovot, that work is being led by Dr. Avital Beck, whose story reflects how Emunah's values meet everyday life.
For Dr. Avital Beck, chair of the Emunah Rehovot branch, Emunah is not an abstract idea. It's a living, breathing community that meets women where they are and walks with them through every stage of life.
All through the female Jewish life, we're there to give an answer, to give programs, to give support, and to give partnership and community.
In Rehovot, just like at all of Emunah's branches, that philosophy translates into weekly learnings, hand-on support, and programs that span generations. From bat mitzvah initiatives for young girls to leadership and career-focused programs for young women, to cultural and learning spaces for older members, this branch is designed to reflect the full diversity of women's lives.
We're trying to touch on very different aspects of many different women in different times of their life and times of need.
That sense of responsiveness became especially clear during the war. Just days before October 7th, the Rehovot branch had prepared a large second-hand fair. When families evacuated from the south arrived in the city with nothing, Emunah women turned preparation into immediate action, providing clothing, household items, and dignity in a moment of crisis. The branch also supported families of reserve soldiers, offering them meals for Shabbos, children's activities, and emotional support. Beyond emergency response, Emuna Rehovot has developed unique initiatives, including a dedicated Bet Midrash for women coping with mental health challenges, offering weekly learnings, meals, and a stable community framework. Beck brings a rare perspective to this work. A serial entrepreneur with a background in biotech, diagnostics, and AI-driven health innovation, she sees community as an essential counterpart to progress.
Only innovation and technology is not enough. We see this all the time. The people, especially in the AI age, the community is something that gives strength to people in order to evolve.
For women considering getting involved, Beck emphasizes belonging not just to a local community, but a global one.
You're part of something big, and then you feel that you're not alone. So I think it gives us a strength, a place of value, and a place to be a group that is proud of what we are.
Across Israel, Emuna's 16 active branches amplify national projects by translating values into action. In Rehovot, that action begins with community and grows outward.
With each day that passes, Israelis across the country are spending more and more time in bomb shelters, causing a spike in internet traffic by 25% since the start of the war with Iran. Some have capitalized on this unique circumstance and the need for people to stay connected and safe, creating shelter-related apps that connect and protect many. ILTV's Devo Klein walks us through some of these brilliant ideas.
The Islamic regime continues firing missiles at Israeli civilians at unpredictable times, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes in the middle of lunch. Despite the early warning from the Home Front Command of an imminent incoming barrage, many Israelis remain close to bomb shelters for fear of sirens catching them at the wrong time. Just 2 days ago, Mako released a report of the cities that suffered the most rocket attacks. The reports claim that citizens of Petah Tikva in central Israel have spent over 16 hours in bomb shelters across more than 65 sirens. So what do the people of the startup nation do during this time? Well, they are creating. 3 interesting apps emerged connecting and protecting people across the country. Innovative apps like the Bomb Shelter Locator has turned a potential crisis scenario into a map game, showing over 200,000 bomb shelter locations around the country. And for those who can't sprint to the shelter, the Purple Vest app helps the disabled seek help during alerts, with the volunteers using the app to locate and assist those who need help. And the Can I Shower app is currently breaking the internet, which shows users a risk percentage score for showering, giving people an idea of when it should be safe to use the shower peacefully and not worry about running to the shelter in nothing but a towel. And have you heard of the bomb shelter version of Tinder? Hooked connects users in the same bomb shelter looking for love, offering an icebreaker dating solution to the hours spent inside. Even U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee was amazed by this app. Even as missiles rain down from above, Israelis never stop creating, initiating, and bringing new inventions to the world and the country, who now, more than ever, crave connection and unity.
Due to security restrictions, the Western Wall in Jerusalem has been closed to worshippers. Officials at the holy site used the opportunity to remove thousands of prayer notes from the stones of the Western Wall as part of the traditional preparations for Passover. The operation was carried out this morning by the Western Wall Heritage Foundation, together with the rabbi of the Western Wall and holy sites, Rabbi Shmuel Rabinovitz. Officials say that alongside prayers for the peace of Israel and the safety of IDF soldiers, many messages this year came from people living in countries considered hostile to Israel. According to the foundation, notes were sent through its website by citizens in countries including Iran, Yemen, Iraq, Lebanon, Qatar, Pakistan, and Sudan, many of them praying for peace, reconciliation, and better relations between nations. During the ceremony, those gathered recited prayers for success in the struggle against Israel's enemies, primarily Iran, for the safety of IDF soldiers and security forces, and for the well-being of U.S. military personnel. The removal of the notes was carried out under strict religious guidelines and will now be placed in a special gniza, a storage place for Jewish religious texts and writings that are worn out and buried in Jerusalem. Now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Clear skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 8 degrees Celsius or 46 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see sunny skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 19 degrees Celsius or 66 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV_Israel on all your platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Sivan Raviv. Be well, be safe, and thank you so much for watching.
As the conflict with Iran enters a dangerous new phase, Israel and the United States remain united on the front lines in this fight for freedom. Since the fight began, Iran has unleashed hundreds of missiles and drones at the Holy Land. A missile strike in Beit Shemesh killed 9 Israelis and destroyed a synagogue. Impacts across Israel have left families devastated and hundreds displaced. Millions of Israelis are sheltering under a national state of emergency. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews has been preparing for this moment and is on the ground right now. Reinforced mobile bomb shelters are being deployed. Underground hospitals, emergency operating rooms, and first response teams are being stocked with life-saving medical supplies and protective gear. Nourishing food and baby supplies are being provided to displaced families. In this critical hour, your support helps protect Israel's most vulnerable and stand firmly for freedom and faith. Stand for Israel, stand for freedom. Give generously today to rush your gift. Call 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-IFCJ. Or go online at ifcj.org.
And at a time when Israel is facing such profound security challenges, and we see the celebrations and support worldwide, the Jewish National Fund USA has also mobilized its nationwide strategic ecosystem of infrastructure to support communities in Israel from the Negev to the Galilee. Joining us now is Russell F. Robinson, CEO of the Jewish National Fund USA. Russell, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me on.
So what are you seeing on the ground right now? You know, how are American Jews stepping up to help?
So this is just 3 days into this emergency, and it was over Shabbat. But I can tell you that we have already mobilized thousands of our leaders across the United States, from young to old, who have already started making phone calls, sending out information. We're having Zoom information systems and sessions, and already are having hundreds of people coming on and asking what can they do. We happen to have an American high school that is in Israel right now, so we have some teenagers that are in Israel. We have 2 groups of people who've come on JNF trips, a volunteer trip, a brotherhood trip. They're there. We're monitoring all of that. But at the same time, our staff is as well throughout Israel is monitoring in the north and south. Already we have supplied from Mitzpeh Ramon emergency vehicle. We're already working with the people in the northern part of Israel from what they need. And in the Arava, we're already getting the request. But one of the exciting and proud parts of the Jewish National Fund USA is that we say we were there yesterday and we are there today. So when this happened, we already started setting up our situation room, and we're acting and moving forward.
And so as this moment continues to unfold, as you said, only 3 days in, I mean, what are you seeing that Israel needs most from the American Jewish community, especially in the weeks and the months ahead, depending on how long, of course, this operation will last?
Well, we're seeing the terrible incursions of missiles that have hit there, and we're going to have to take that assessment. I know the Beersheba just in the past hour was hit, and it's something very close to us. We opened up last time the Beersheba was hit. We opened up our high school in our Beersheba campus and had over 12,000 people process through. So we're prepared to be there. Number one. And so a lot of it is going to be assessment following. PTSD, all of the issues that we have faced because of October 7th till today are very, very, very real. And Jewish National Fund USA has been part of building resilience centers in the north and in the south of Israel and being there for the people. So we're going to be standing up, being prepared. We're going to be prepared to sending our people to Israel. We sent over 8,000 people on volunteer trips. And as soon as it's available, we're going to be starting to send our people that want to be there, medical supplies, helping them with all of their needs that they have. And I will tell you, one of the effective ways that we're trying to show is that we have to show Israel that we're standing with them, every single day, more than just financially, that we're really acting and doing something. And Jewish National Fund on April the 24th has a Shabbat for Israel. We did it last year. Thousands of homes invited people to come into their homes. April the 24th. Come online, sign up. Have people over to your house for Shabbat for Israel and tell the real story about the people of Israel.
Absolutely. I mean, it's incredible, and especially as you mentioned, and I think we talked about this in our broadcast yesterday, is that Israel seems to be one of the only countries in the world where people want to fly in during wartime, and it's incredible. The JNF USA is also on the ground and ready and waiting to bring its volunteers into Israel in the midst of a war. So I do want to ask, is it a challenge to respond to this, to such rapid changes on the ground in Israel? I know you did this after October 7th. What can you tell us about that and how you're responding now?
So, Lidar, it is so unbelievable. I say this every single day. The only limitations we had of people coming to Israel was flights. We didn't have an issue of people. We had an issue of planes and seats on the plane. Because we were, taking 250 people in one time, and then the next time we only could take 50 or 75, only because of planes, seats on the plane. So we have to logistically make sure we work with our affiliates. We have an ecosystem that we work with. We don't try to recreate the wheel. So we work with our ecosystem. We work with people who work with farms and work with helping people and the farmers. We're helping to rebuild people's homes. When we want to go down to Beersheba, it may be just serving and having parties for people to give them the respite that they need. It may be going down to the Arava and helping them with all the work, or going up in the northern part of Israel. And I can tell you story after story of parks that we were just recreating and building from the ground up with our volunteers, who I assure you have never built a park at home, but they came all the way to Israel at their cost, at their time, leaving their families, 8,000 of them. And that is really the secret sauce of the Jewish National Fund, is our people in Israel, our people here.
Absolutely. And I do want to hear actually some of these stories. What can you tell us? Maybe give us a story, share with our viewers a little bit about sort of the support, any, specific story that really touched you in terms of the help that you've given to communities in Israel, because you've been doing incredible work from the north to the south.
So I'll tell you, I'll try to give two quick stories. One, I could deal them all over, but I can tell you in the north, we had a group in Kiryat Shimona. The people of Kiryat Shimona were just coming back home, and they were building a park and cleaning out people's homes. I want you to imagine, these are people who flew all the way to Israel to come to people's homes, put new sheets on their beds, to wash their walls. They left for 17, 18 months with 24 hours notice, and they were cleaning it up. And they were working in a park, and this two gentlemen came driving up in their car, pulled out of their car, asked, who is this? Who is this? And then started crying and talking about their children coming back home, and to know that somebody from America is coming to build a park here in Kiryat Shimona. They couldn't believe it. And then we just opened a soft opening of our Galileo Culinary Institute literally 2 weeks ago. It's not going to be officially opening for a couple months, but we invited all the people of the North to come to this not 5-star facility, Lidar. It's an 8-star facility in the middle of Kibbutz Gonen, right by Kiryat Shemona, a culinary institute. Now, what is the difference of a culinary institute? It gave pride and belief that, by the way, the North is reimagining and coming back. And when the people walked in and the mayors all walked in, and they're walking into a facility and they're crying, not because of just coming together, but that they know that we are standing with them like we did yesterday, today, and that we built such a facility for tomorrow. They believe in tomorrow because we believe in tomorrow with them.
Incredible work that your organization is doing. Russell Robinson, thank you so much for joining us today.
Idar, thank you. And again, remind everybody, April 24th, Shabbat for Israel. Come on, jnf.org, sign up. All around the world, we've got from Australia to England, everywhere coming on. Let's get tens of thousands of people, invite people over, and tell the real story of the land and people of Israel.
Absolutely. April 24th, to all of our viewers, April 24th. Remember that date. Russell, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights coming out of Israel from this week. Israel is currently in war with Iran, creating a reality of uncertainty and challenges almost every day. But if there's one thing you can count on, it's the resilience of the Israeli people despite the ongoing war. There is still good news coming out of Israel, and today I'm here to show it to you all. I'm Divo Klein, I'm your host for today, and coming up on today's show. Israel celebrates Purim despite Iranian missile attacks. Israeli NGOs step up for Israel's vulnerable communities. And have an exclusive look at the faces of Israel's future. Last week, we celebrated the holiday of Purim, one of the happiest holidays on the Jewish calendar. So what does Purim celebrations look like during wartime? Have a look. The streets of Jerusalem, Israel, on the holiday of Shushan Purim. Schools and non-essential workplaces have closed due to the constant rocket attacks, but the people of Israel are not discouraged.
We are enjoying Purim here, we are celebrating even in this war time. We are not fearing anyone, we're just celebrating here, and it's so funny. I have to say Purim Sameach.
As this special day commands the Jewish people to rejoice, have a cup of wine, and celebrate the failures to exterminate their people.
I want to say for it, very happy for Khamenei Day! Thanks to Hashem!
The energy is infectious, and they are not the only ones. In Tel Aviv, as Islamic Republic missiles rained from above, a massive dance party and even Megillah reading was taking place in a car park underneath a building.
We came here tonight to the bomb shelters to start the celebration of the Jewish holiday of Purim. The first part that we do is we read the book of the Megillat Esther. It's the story of Haman, who was an evil person who tried to kill all of the Jews of Persia many years ago. So that's how we start the Jewish holiday here of Purim, and it's really extra special this year. First of all, we're in a bomb shelter, so we really feel something special, but it's also, we're in the middle of a war with Iran, and it's talking about someone who wanted to kill all of the Jewish people of the time. So it really hits hard.
From the holy city of Jerusalem to the colorful Tel Aviv, Israelis celebrate life and the quintessential resilience of the Jewish state.
Now, as the man in the shelter said earlier, the irony of the story of Purim, read on a day where Iran attacks Israel, religious scholars are now saying that this is no mere coincidence. Sitting right here in our studio, Rabbi Daniel Rowe of Aish.com explains the connection before the war had even begun. Have a look.
And now Aish is strengthening Jewish identity and knowledge among young Jews, pushing back against rising anti-Semitism after Tucker Carlson's recent interview in Israel with U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee sparked debate over theological issues tied to Israel and Jewish law. We're now joined in studio by Rabbi Daniel Rowe of Aish to unpack those questions and the deeper meaning of the upcoming Jewish holiday of Purim. Thank you so much, Rabbi, for joining us.
Thank you, Sivan.
So, in a recent conversation, Tucker Carlson, who we just saw, raised the issue of the biblical borders described in Genesis, from the Euphrates to Egypt, asking whether believing the Bible requires supporting Israeli expansionism. Is there any real basis for that claim, and how does modern-day Israel relate to the concept of biblical borders?
Yeah, it's actually a very funny part of the interview. So, as were many, I mean, he has lots of ignorance. But I would say, first of all, the modern state of Israel is a secular state and has its boundaries by international law, treaties, and has been trying to negotiate some kind of peace with the Palestinians and with Arab neighbors for a long time, and has no territorial ambitions there. But even biblically, the Genesis chapter 15 is not the actual political borders of even ancient biblical Israel. They're given in the book of Numbers chapter 34, which is basically in those days was from roughly modern political Israel plus Yehuda v'Shamron, Judea and Samaria, West Bank, whatever you want to call it. That's it. The vision given to Abram in Genesis 15 is a vision understood to be like in the Messianic era when Israel's neighbors want to join with Israel together. But it's absolutely nothing about conquering other territory or some kind of expansion.
Mm-hmm. Now, with the holiday of Purim approaching, the theme of Amalek is once again front and center. And Carlson criticized Prime Minister Netanyahu for invoking Remember Amalek, suggesting it amounts to a call for genocide. Is that an accurate reading of the biblical text?
So that's really two different questions. One is what's the Bible saying, and two is what was Netanyahu saying.
Right.
So the biblical text, Amalek is like the most evil. It's like an ancient Nazi people, always trying to massacre Jews. Literally from when they came out of Egypt, all the way through the book of Judges for centuries, they're always massacring the Jewish people. And the Torah says you should wipe out the Zecher Amalek, the ideology of Amalek. But it doesn't have to even be done militarily. Maimonides says you can try peace, negotiations, get them to change their entire worldview. That's all legitimate. And after centuries of trying everything, the prophet Samuel says, now you've got to go to war. And he does use very strong language, men, women, children. But he says, go and attack Amalek. And there's an ambiguity. In the ancient world, if I say attack Rome or Babylon or Amalek, do I mean the whole empire, like a genocide? Or do we mean just the city? And it's actually clear from the Bible it's not the whole empire, because a few chapters later, they're all still around. Chapter 30, the book of Samuel, they're all there. Mm-hmm. And if you look, King Saul sends his army to Amalek, the city. Now, cities in the ancient world varied in size, but archaeologically, we know where the Amalek city could be. There's only two sites, and they're both citadels. They're very small. They're like royal fortresses. And the idea is like this. The people are sitting with their like Nazi ideology so long as the royal family is intact. Mm-hmm. And he's saying out of desperation, let's try and wipe out the royal family, including children, so they won't wait for them to grow up, and they'll be able to change their ideology. So it probably is not even genocidal in the Bible. But leave that aside. Netanyahu's speech. He never mentions the book of Samuel. This speech is October 28th, I think it was, 2023. It's still online on the government website. Everybody, Carlson or anyone, could read the speech. It was just before ground troops entered Gaza. And Netanyahu says, we have two goals. Dismantle Hamas's ability to run the place politically or militarily threaten us. And number two, get the hostages back. And then he talks about the memorial of the atrocity that had happened on October 7th and quotes the biblical verse, remember what Amalek did, which Jews always say after every massacre, nothing to do with anything about genocide. And he even says a paragraph and a half later, we're not going to damage any civilians. Civilians should move out of harm's way.
And finally, do you think that it's significant that these tensions with Iran that are currently taking place right now on the Jewish calendar, when so many years ago the Jews experienced a major victory in Persia, and that's really the story of Purim?
Yeah, it's I'm not one of those people blessed with prophecy, but it's hard to believe that it's completely coincidental. And Purim teaches us to stand proud for who we are, and that in the short run, evil can win, but in the long run, it will be defeated. And just like then, the political leadership of Persia wanted to annihilate the Jewish people, but it turned into one of a peaceful relationship, or the enemies were removed, so too may we see that evil be gone and peace reign between us, the Persian people, and the whole region.
Rabbi Rowe, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Purim is the time to give, to make sure that on this happy day, everyone gets a chance at happiness. Here at ILTV, we highlight the NGOs, the nonprofits, and the charity organizations that are single-handedly responsible for taking care of Israel's most vulnerable communities. Today, we are bringing those inspiring stories straight to you. Have a look at Kolel Chabad and what they've been doing in the past few days.
Many of Israel's elderly communities are left alone. Their days pass quietly, sometimes in total silence. With poor health and difficulty walking, simple daily tasks can become unbearable. Most spend their days at home, all alone, with days turning into weeks and each daily routine turning into a headache. Many times, volunteers are the only contact they even get. Those visiting are the only ones they see.
It's the only time of the day that they open the door. Not all the people here are mentally, strong, so it's very important to come to them. They're not people who are able to take care of themselves at home.
On Purim, we celebrate the miraculous deliverance of the Jewish people. In the book of Esther, one individual made the decision to take action that led to the saving of an entire nation. From Purim, we learn that happiness is only complete when we care for one another, especially for those who are less fortunate. This is where Kolel Chabad steps in. Volunteers from Kolel Chabad are on a mission to take care of those who are left alone. They carry with them not only food, but also bring meaning, compassion, and care. On Purim, when we give presents and share food, Kolel Chabad makes sure no one is left out or forgotten. This impact is not measured by numbers, it's measured in sweet moments, in the smiles that shine on faces that have since lost them. It's warm meals that bring comfort to those who have nothing.
If not us, the young people, helping them and be with them, some people who needs food, if not us, if not Kolel Chabad, I think there is no one able to do it.
But it's not just Israel's elderly community, it's the widows and orphans who desperately need support as Purim approaches. Kolel Chabad makes sure that the widows and orphans of Israel are fed, taken care of, and get to experience the same happiness that everyone does on this holiday. And today, you can be a part of that change. Join Kolel Chabad's mission of bringing smiles to faces. Your donation has an even bigger meaning because it's not just a gift, it's the spirit of Purim, a reminder that no one should be left alone. Donate today and help us be there for those in need.
Now, for our next spotlight, Yad Ezra Shulamit are sending trucks under fire just to get food and basic supplies to Israel's needy communities. And you can help support their mission. Have a look.
Well, as war continues across Israel, thousands of elderly, disabled, and vulnerable Israelis are trapped in shelters without access to food. Thankfully, Yad Ezra Shulamit is caring for them, delivering emergency food packages to the homes of the needy and shelters across the country. They're already reaching thousands, making sure people waiting in bomb shelters have plenty of food to eat. Each meal they give sends a powerful message: you are not alone. And right now, you can join them in this important mission to feed Israel's most vulnerable. Scan the QR code on your screen to help deliver food under fire today.
Now, have you heard of food rescue? Leket Israel has been saving discarded food that would have otherwise made it straight into the trash and delivering it to those who need it most. Now, for Purim, their mission has not only not stopped, but it's actually picked up the pace like never before. Take a look.
As Israel confronts the challenges of Operation Roaring Lion, Leket Israel, the National Food Bank, has moved into full emergency mode. The organization is expanding its relief efforts nationwide, working to ensure that food continues to reach those who need it most, even as security conditions complicate daily life. In the coming days, Leket will distribute thousands of hot meals to Holocaust survivors living in housing complexes across the country. Around 1,700 nutritious meals are expected to be delivered each day, part of a broader purchase of approximately 12,000 meals designed to guarantee a steady and reliable supply during this period of uncertainty. At the same time, the organization is rolling out digital food vouchers to hundreds of families through its nonprofit partner agencies, with plans to expand that program in the days ahead. The goal is to provide immediate, dignified assistance that families can access safely and independently. Despite restrictions and ongoing security concerns, Leket continues to rescue surplus agricultural produce and prepared food from packing houses and other sources across Israel. The food is transported to the organization's logistics center and then distributed to partner agencies operating under Homefront Command guidelines. This shift is not new territory for Leket. Throughout the last 2.5 years of war, the organization has rescued and redistributed surplus food on a large scale. During emergency, demand rises sharply. Even under fire, Leket says it is committed to maintaining continuity, protecting its staff and volunteers, and expanding its response so that Israel's most vulnerable populations are not left behind in a time of crisis.
And now let's take a look back at some of the diplomatic news that you may have missed in the midst of all this war of the Iran buzz. Yes, Israel has quite a few enemies in the region and the world at large, but that's why it's so important to maintain those strong relationships that do help the state of Israel progress. Just before the war with Iran broke out, India's Modi was in Israel, and this is a quick recap of his last day here.
After his historic Knesset speech, Prime Minister Modi continued his visit with a series of high-level engagements today before returning home. This morning, Modi visited the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial in Jerusalem. Prime Minister Netanyahu showed Modi the names of Holocaust victims that included members of his wife Sarah's family. And the two leaders laid a wreath down in Yad Vashem's Hall of Remembrance. Now, from there, Modi met with President Isaac Herzog at his Jerusalem residence. Later, Prime Minister Modi held bilateral talks with Netanyahu focused on security, trade, technology, and defense cooperation aimed at deepening the strategic partnership between the two countries. This followed by an expanded meeting with Netanyahu at the King David Hotel. 16 agreements of cooperation covering security, economic, and diplomatic matters were signed by officials from both countries, after which Netanyahu had this to say.
This is an amazing visit, an amazing conclusion to an amazing visit. It was short, but extraordinarily productive and also extraordinarily moving. I think there wasn't a dry eye left in Israel after your moving statement yesterday in the Knesset.
And continuing with diplomacy, Israeli President Isaac Herzog was also very busy in building relationships with other nations, Africa included, as he recently visited one of Israel's oldest allies in Africa, Ethiopia. Have a look.
Israeli President Isaac Herzog concluded his two-day visit to Ethiopia, where he met with the president and prime minister as part of Israel's broader push to strengthen ties across Africa. In Addis Ababa, Herzog said some, quote, bad actors are trying to undermine Israel's relationships on the continent, but stressed that the bond between Israel and Ethiopia is strong, with shared interests that outweigh any attempts at division. Herzog highlighted growing cooperation in innovation, development, and economic partnership, and noted that Israel's social fabric has been enriched by its 170,000-strong Ethiopian Jewish community, many of whom arrived during Operations Moses and Solomon. Now, this visit is part of a wider diplomatic effort by Jerusalem to expand its footprint in Africa. Herzog has previously visited Zambia and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Herzog returned to Israel this afternoon and headed straight into a meeting with the visiting Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
And finally, Afeka College has just released a brand new batch of graduates into Israel's workforce, offering a massive deal of manpower to Israel's high-tech sector during one of its most challenging periods. Have a look.
In a country built on innovation and necessity, engineering is more than a profession. It's the backbone of how Israel survives, grows, and builds its future. Last week, Afeka Academic College of Engineering celebrated its commencement ceremony, honoring graduates and distinguished leaders whose work reflects that reality across defense, infrastructure, academia, and social responsibility. AFECA's new president, Professor Yossi Rosenwax, told graduates their mission goes beyond technical excellence.
We teach them several humanistic courses during their studies, and in addition, we give them different skills that help them to be good citizens. So there are many, many good engineers all over the world, but to do the combination of engineering and democracy is something that we emphasize on in AFECA.
Nearly half of this year's class served in the reserves during the war, balancing combat duty with coursework. That resilience, Rosenwax said, is part of what will carry them forward. Among those honored was Boaz Levy, CEO of Israel Aerospace Industries, whose career has helped shape Israel's multi-layered missile defense system.
Until the moment that we've been able to protect our nations from ballistic missiles took several decades. In these decades, the engineers were the major part of this activity.
He reminded students that behind every interception are years of research, testing, and long-term vision.
When we are looking toward the next battlefield, when we are looking to the challenges that this world is bringing to us, we need to bring something new to the table. Our challenge as engineers, as system engineers, as the one that really dictate the future of ballistic missile defense systems is to think 2 steps ahead.
But engineering here is not only about defense. Alumni honoree Dr. Yoav Matia, now a leading academic researcher, urged graduates to define their own path.
Academic excellence at its core deals with training individuals to think through problems whose solution didn't yet take shape.
And he offered one final challenge.
Don't let people lead you into the problems you solve. The most consequential work you'll do in your life is when you find the question whose answer became the norm in society.
From missile defense to national railways, from nanotechnology labs to social solidarity, the message at AFECA was clear. Engineering is the common language connecting Israel's security, infrastructure, and society. And for the graduating class, that responsibility begins now.
And that's all for today's Good Week Israel. I hope that despite everything, we've helped to deliver some positive news that you get to now take with you into this week ahead. As always, I'm Diva Klein. Take care. Thank you so much for watching.
At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on the world. U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help, and you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now. Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Devo Klein, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. It's day 11 of Operation Roaring Lion, and these are all of the latest developments. The Islamic regime has fired missiles at central and northern Israel multiple times today. The center was subject to just 2 sirens, one at 10 a.m. and one at 2:30 p.m. today. But in the north, citizens did not sleep, as red alert sirens kept them up most of the night. Just in the last 4 hours since noon Israel time, the Islamic regime has fired on 4 separate occasions, sending thousands into bomb shelters. The Home Front Command has updated that in the latest barrages, no injuries or damages were reported. And now U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said in a press conference that today Iran will be hit with intensity never seen before. Have a listen to his latest remarks.
The mullahs are desperate and scrambling. Like the terrorist cowards they are, they fire missiles from schools and hospitals, deliberately targeting innocents, because they know their military is being systematically degraded and annihilated. Iran's neighbors, and in some cases former allies in the Gulf, they've abandoned them. And their proxies, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, either broken, ineffective, or on the sidelines. Iran stands alone, and they are badly losing. On day 10 of Operation Epic Fury, we are winning, with an overwhelming and unrelenting focus on our objectives, which are the same as the day I gave my first briefing here on Operation Epic Fury. They're straightforward, and we are executing them with ruthless precision. 1, destroy their missile stockpiles, their missile launchers, and their defense industrial base. Missiles and their ability to make them. 2, destroy their navy. And 3, permanently deny Iran nuclear weapons forever. It's a laser-focused, maximum authority mission delivered with overwhelming and unrelenting precision. No hesitation, no half measures. As President Trump declared yesterday, we're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. But we do so on our timeline and at our choosing. For example, today will be yet again our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes. Intelligence more refined and better than ever. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, the last 24 hours have seen Iran fire the lowest number of missiles they've been capable of firing yet.
The comments by Hegseth follow a newly released report by Reuters where Iranian citizens of Tehran reported the biggest and most intensive explosions in last night's wave of precision strikes across the city. Citizens reported multiple attacks and strong bombing as the IDF targeted IRGC military bases, headquarters, missile development sites, and more strategic locations. And in Israel, a memorial in Tel Aviv was held to honor the 6 American military personnel who gave their lives in the current war with Iran. The memorial held in the heart of Tel Aviv read, quote, "For the American heroes, your courage and dedication will not be forgotten. May their memory be a blessing." Passers-by stopped by the memorial, had a look, took pictures, and honored the veterans. What a heartwarming display of the unbreakable bond between Israel and the United States. And that is a wrap for this special edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. Don't forget to scan the QR code that's on your screen now to get more updates coming out of Israel on your WhatsApp channel. That's breaking stories and live updates straight from Israel as this region is constantly developing, and we hope to keep you updated on it all. I'm Devo Klein. Stay safe, and thank you so much for watching.
Good evening and happy Purim, if we can call it that, from Israel. Welcome to ILTV Insider. I'm your host, Mayan Hoffman. Tonight, Israel and the United States are hitting Iran harder than ever before, targeting missile sites, command centers, and air defenses, all while Iranian rockets and drones are still reaching deep into the region.
Gateway for peace, for a broader peace, and I believe that we can achieve it. The most important thing to understand is that when we worked together, President Trump and I, we achieved, in fact, 4 breakthroughs for peace, brokered by President Trump, working together with me. We brought forward the Abraham Accords, which was 4 peace treaties with 4 Arab countries. And now, working together against Iran, we'll be able to bring many, many more peace treaties. So this is not an endless war. This is a gateway to peace. It's the exact opposite of what people are saying.
Is this working as Netanyahu implies? Are we winning? How close are we to a regional war and to sought-after regime collapse? Joining me tonight via Zoom due to the threat of rocket fire are Dan Perry, former AP Middle East editor, and Ruthie Bloom, senior political commentator. Let's get started. Now, I want to start, Ruthie and Dan, thanks so much for being here via Zoom with a very important question. I mean, I think the question on the table is, are we winning right now? Just as we met, we came out of rocket fire, direct strike, at least 6 injured. So here we are, military, strategically. Ruthie, what do you think?
Yes, of course we're winning. Okay, it takes time, and in historical terms, this is a blip on the radar. Since October 7th, 2023, we've been fighting a 7-front war, and we're now, thanks to cooperation with the United States, we're tackling the head of the octopus.
Dan, do you agree with Ruthie's sentiment?
Fundamentally, it's difficult to dispute that the opening minutes and hours of this operation constituted a strategic success that is rare in history. I don't hardly remember any situation like what we saw with the complete domination imposed by the U.S. and Israel over the skies of Iran on Saturday and ever since, and the utter decapitation of the regime, from the supreme leader who'd been in charge for 36 years to about 40 of his lieutenants, to 2 successive defense ministers, to the former president, to every senior advisor and military chief and head of the Revolutionary Guards. It's beyond belief. So that degree of intelligence penetration and that degree of shock to the system through pinpoint execution clearly suggests a success that is historic and in some ways unprecedented. And I would add that Israel and the U.S. fighting side by side in a manner that we've rarely seen with NATO allies even, is something that would have been unimaginable, throughout Israel's history, and constitutes a strategic shift that portrays to the region a level of resilience on the part of Israel and a level of potential projection of power on the part of Israel that could easily be abused, but should certainly give its enemies pause.
For sure. And now the U.S. says it has destroyed IRGC command centers, missile launch sites, and air defenses. So, Ruthie, what does that actually mean in practical terms? I mean, again, we're still seeing rockets rain down on Israel. So has Iran lost real capability? How many more missiles can Israel expect to see?
Oh, probably many more, although Israel and the U.S. are going after the launchers. Without the launchers, the missiles aren't worth anything. But the most extraordinary thing that's happened, I believe, is the acknowledgement by envoy Steve Witkoff on Sean Hannity on Fox yesterday that from the second meeting over so-called negotiations, it was clear that the Islamic Republic was not going to budge, and said it was going, and it also had the capability of creating 11 nuclear bombs within a week, something like that. And why I say that's so significant is that in the weeks following President Trump's post to the Iranian people that they should take to the streets because help was on the way, we saw weeks when we were waiting for Godot and we thought it's not happening, and Witkoff and Kushner, and they're talking about negotiations, and it seemed like, maybe they're actually persuading Trump that there is such a thing as a diplomatic deal with those evil dictators, and it turns out they weren't being fooled, which is really lucky. And that was probably part of the element of surprise that we witnessed on Saturday. It's very hard to launch a surprise attack when everyone knows it's coming, and they managed to pull that off.
And I think, Ruthie, just to piggyback on that, I mean, you mentioned Witkoff and this idea that Iran had 60% enriched uranium, enough to make 11 bombs, and could actually weaponize those within days. So how confident can we really be that this threat has been neutralized by current U.S. and Israeli attacks? I mean, seriously, if the remaining members of the IRGC and the Iranian regime feel so pushed into a corner at this place, is it possible that they could make and even use those nuclear weapons?
Well, if you're asking me, yeah, it is possible. And because they are not only fanatics, but they actually have religious ideology that involves suicide, it's hard to know, right? And so the idea is they could just now fire anything, any nukes they have, whatever, just say, to hell with it. We hope that doesn't happen. And that is why these constant strikes in Tehran and around are so crucial, especially decapitating the leadership, because at the moment it's not clear. I mean, if you want to be funny about it, you could say, who's giving the orders? Every time someone gives an order, he's killed. So, let's hope that doesn't happen.
So, Dan, turning to you, Netanyahu says that this is going to be a very quick and decisive war. Realistically, how long do you think this could last? Is it the 4 to 6 weeks that Trump and Netanyahu are talking about? Or, as Europe and all of these Middle East countries are being dragged in, could this last even longer?
Yeah, of course, Mayan. It's impossible to prophesize. This could last a long, long time, and it could end tomorrow with Trump saying, this is regime change. We've done regime change. We've eliminated all the leaders, and so it's a different regime. Let's see if they learn a lesson of their mulish predecessors, who I wiped out in a manner that no president could ever have done. That could happen tomorrow. And it wouldn't be illogical. It wouldn't be illogical to see if this time the new leadership that probably is terrified, no matter what their bluster says, is willing to essentially accept the diktat on a nuclear issue, on the ballistic missiles limitation that the West wants to impose, and on ending all support for the proxy militias. The problem here, there are many problems here, alongside the astonishing success that I described. And one of them is that the people whose comments you are asking us to comment on are not credible. I mean, Trump can't be believed. Anyone paying attention knows that when he speaks, he's not constrained by the facts. Trump said 6 months ago or 8 months ago that the Iranian nuclear program had been obliterated and we don't even need a deal. And I'm quoting. So all of a sudden, we're supposed to believe that they had weapons that could be launched at Israel, nuclear weapons, within days. We don't know who to believe. Netanyahu says one thing, he says another thing. It doesn't hardly matter. The only thing that we can say for sure is that the Iranian regime is obviously evil. You know, there's an international norm that was established in 2005 called the responsibility to protect by the United Nations. And it basically says that when a government clearly cannot be trusted with the safety of its own people, never mind of the region, then the international community has an obligation to stand in the way. And that doesn't have to mean military action, but it also justifies military action. This was foreseen as being something the Security Council would have to approve. But of course, the Security Council has become dysfunctional because of Russia and China, who are going to veto anything against Iran. But the principle remains. And we have here a fairly absurd situation in which these two most imperfect vessels, whose words cannot be believed, and who are in various ways corrupt along a variety of verticals, are conducting something that actually could be the first true manifestation of this moral imperative of the responsibility to protect. It is rife with irony. And by the way, if you doubt the corruption I'm talking about, there are reports coming out right now that Likud officials are thinking of bringing up the elections to capitalize on the potential political benefits of a successful operation in Iran. And in December, the former intelligence chief, Amos Malka, said on Israel radio he believes Netanyahu started war in order to get benefits and close the gap in the polls.
Well,
because
Dan, I think that no matter what, regardless of what's happening with the government right now, we are certainly seeing a war right now between Israel, Iran, and the U.S. being run together. And we're also seeing Iran kamikaze send out strikes. We're talking about strikes on Cyprus, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain.
Ruthie,
let me ask, Ruthie, has Tehran overplayed its hand at this point by widening the battlefield? What is going to be the result?
You know something, I'm not going to talk on behalf of Iran whether it overplayed its hand. I would like to address what Dan just said.
I thought you might.
First of all, neither leader, in my opinion, is corrupt. Second, the fact that it's true that Trump speaks and he says all kinds of things, but his actions throughout his presidency have been very solid. And Prime Minister Netanyahu is not a liar, and he's been very consistent about Iran throughout his entire career, even before he entered politics, basically. That's number one. Number two, to say that he launched a war to win an election, that is disgusting, and it's a lie, okay? If anybody has ever been measured, it's been, oh, come on. Really, Netanyahu is going to endanger people's lives and is going to undertake such a, and by the way, the United States wouldn't just be dragged in by Netanyahu to a war because he's going to an election. That's insane, and it's not true. How do I know? How does Amos Malka know? How do you know? Those are just the anybody but Bibi talking points.
You know what? May I respond?
Of course, Dan, please go ahead.
So, I think you have to be very credulous. And Ruthie, I know that you're not naive. You have to be very credulous to think that political calculations do not enter Netanyahu's thinking. Amos Malka said on the basis of working closely with Netanyahu for years that he thinks he might start a war with Iran 2 weeks before the election. And the incredible thing is that the radio interviewer didn't blink. And that no one thought it was a scandal because so clear is it that it is not outside the realm of possibility for Netanyahu. He wouldn't do it for no reason. As I said before, there's every reason to seek the removal of the regime in Iran for Israel's benefit, for the benefit of the people of Iran, for the benefit of the region. But would the timing potentially be related to Bibi's political expedience? Of course. And anyone who says otherwise truly doesn't know, and I'm very, very sorry. Now, as for Trump, as for Netanyahu's statements on Iran, Netanyahu said after the 12-day war in June when he was seeking to reap the political benefits of that, just as Trump was in his claims that the nuclear program had been obliterated. Netanyahu said we set back the nuclear program and the ballistic missile program for generations. So all of a sudden we're supposed to believe, because of a few sentences, that there was a clear and present danger right now? Forgive me, but I don't. It's possible. It's also possible that not. I don't have access to the intelligence. And right now, the words of Netanyahu and Trump are not particularly credible to me. But one thing is indisputable. Iran had given the world a highly plausible pretext to take out the regime by massacring thousands and probably tens of thousands of people in January. And the idea of regime change, much more than claims that are not proven about the imminent viability of their nuclear program, which has not been proven to me. I haven't seen anything about it, and it contradicts recent statements by both these leaders. But the idea that there is a reason to remove this regime and there is an opportunity to remove the regime is indisputable.
Okay, but Dan, let me ask you a question, Dan. If regime change is really the goal here, why are we not seeing the Iranians taking to the streets like Trump and Netanyahu are calling on them to do? We saw polls that only about 10% of Iranians reportedly support this regime, but we're not seeing the opposition that we saw before these attacks. And regime change...
Would you guys take to the streets? Would you take to the streets right now, either of you? I'm not sure I would, and I'm very, very brave.
But
it is complex.
Also, by the way, Trump actually told the Iranian people not to do it just yet. He said, wait.
That's true.
Wait a little while and then take to the streets.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous. He told them to stay home. But I will say one thing, that Witkoff, what he said, it wasn't that he said Iran has enough uranium-enriched material to create bombs, nuclear bombs. He said that that's what the Iranians told him in those meetings. Why is that significant? Because they were in the middle of negotiating, and they supposedly, Witkoff, by the way, is not Trump, all right? Witkoff and Kushner don't speak like Trump, and they're much more measured and all that. And Trump, he speaks from the hip. They do not. And I actually believe they thought, because they're deal makers, that they could make a deal. It was their Iranian counterparts who announced proudly that they have that material and that they're not going to give up on it no matter what. And then Witkoff said, we even said to them, if this isn't for nuclear bombs and it's only for civilian use, we'll pay for it. We'll let you have enough for civilian use, and we'll even pay for it. And they said no. So whether or not they do have enough for bombs or they don't, my point is that Witkoff was quoting them.
By the way, there's no such thing. There's no reason to enrich uranium beyond a 5% level unless your goal is to weaponize it. So the Iranians have forever been denied they want a nuclear weapon, but they've also admitted that they've enriched at least 60%, and we believe 80%. All of this suggests a lot of chicanery on the part of the Iranians. But allow me to be skeptical about whether the nuclear issue is actually the reason why this war started. They saw an opportunity to take out the regime, and the regime is so worthy of being taken out that the question becomes, is it feasible? And I have to say that there were real concerns, valid concerns, that it would be a reckless action without likelihood of regime change because the damage Iran can cause would be so great. And over the past 3-4 days, we've heard various claims that Iran has really lashed out wildly. But I have to say, not that much has happened. Their effort to involve the GCC countries has backfired. Now Qatar is against them as well. Their effort to strike at Cyprus has backfired because now European countries who always would have supported it, some of them are openly supporting it as well. And you have a rare consensus in the world against the regime. So rather than us here quibble about whether we think that these two miscreants, Trump and Netanyahu, are trying to achieve political benefit, I think clearly, potentially, and Rusi, I love how much faith you have in these guys. I think the bigger question is regime change at this point actually possible? And which of the two choices is wiser right now? And real quick, the choices are to pause the war and see if these idiots have learned their lesson and see if we can impose something on them, or to continue until the regime collapses fully. And that is a dangerous path. Because at that point, they may indeed seek the Samson option of going down with the entire region. For example, firing all their missiles at Israel all at once. That would be inconvenient. And they could do a lot more damage with short-range missiles vis-a-vis countries like Dubai, or rather UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia, who are very, very close to them. The problems are clear. And the choice really is, to use a cliche, stark. And I'm not sure what I would recommend. And I'd be curious, Ruthie, what you would recommend.
First of all, don't call them miscreants. I would call them great leaders, great world leaders who will go down in history. Okay, miscreants. That's number one.
Tell the Ukrainians.
Let Ruthie finish.
Number two. Yeah, really? Did you say that when Biden was president? Tell the Ukrainians, when he just sat there bleeding hearts for the Ukrainians and didn't do anything? Let's not get into the Russia-Ukraine war right now. But you asked me what I think about the regime and the missiles. What's interesting is that Iran has fired apparently more of its missiles at its Arab neighbors in the Gulf. And obviously its goal is to get them to pressure Trump to stop and, go back to the table or something like that. But you know what? Even Trump said it's too late. Thank God he said that. And you're right. We don't know exactly whether the regime will change. But one thing we see is that the Iranians, all over the world, Iranian expatriates and Iranians in Iran, they are thrilled.
For sure.
And they're thanking Bibi and they're thanking Trump. And yes, it's not clear who will replace that regime. But you know something? I'm sick and tired of the Israeli left saying, like they did after October 7th, what about the day after? What about the day after? Sometimes you have to hit a threat immediately.
No,
While
Ruthie.
you're planning the day after. Yes, I know, Dan, you have to plan the day after, but that isn't...
But not only that, the reason Hamas is currently still in charge in Gaza is because these fools refused to not only plan a day after, but to plan it in a way that was inevitable, which we've discussed, is essentially for a reformed Palestinian Authority to take over, which is what they're now trying to do via the technocratic government. It was foolish to not do that.
Okay, I'm going to actually stop the conversation. I don't want us to move over to Hamas and Gaza. We are definitely in the middle of a war here with Iran. And meanwhile, we are living under rocket fire, constant sirens. Ruthie, I want to ask you, because we're going to have to wrap up in just a moment, how resilient do you think our society can actually be if this war, as Dan described, could stretch on beyond the short campaign after 2.5 years of already fighting the war that we just discussed?
So resilient. I mean, all you have to do is look around. The bomb shelters, people are having parties and bringing wine and having Purim celebrations and getting to know their neighbors and all kinds of things. There's actually a cheerful mood in the air, alongside, of course, anxiety. You don't want to get hit by a missile, or you're afraid that your building isn't strong enough to withstand the blasts and all that. But alongside that, there's great cheer around.
And Ruthie, adding to that, when this war ends, do you believe that we're going to be safer than we were before it started? This is the final sentiments. Just 1 minute answer, please. And unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap up. Are we going to be safer than before?
Okay, one word answer, yes.
Not one word answer, one sentence. But Dan, why don't you go ahead and add a sentence as well? Wrap us up with what do you believe? Will we be safer when this war is over or not?
My assessment is that if we know when to end the war, then certainly so. Clearly, even if the Islamic Republic survives in some form, logically they will be chastened. There's a very good chance that their misbehavior around the region will be stemmed, and it'll be possible maybe even to contemplate forcing on them constitutional changes that ease Iran away from the Islamic Republic. I said before which choice I would do. Do you continue to try to bring it down fully, or pause and see if they can sign surrender terms? I'm inclined to think I would go for the latter and see, indeed, if they've learned their lesson. But either way, the fact that Iran has been schooled so spectacularly, without a doubt, leaves not only Israel safer, but I dare say the entire region safer, which is why you don't really see that much complaint from the Arab world at large.
Sure, and I'm not sure if we want to keep that Iranian regime in place and whether or not Iran can ever learn their lesson, but certainly would be a utopia situation. If you found this discussion valuable, please check out the ILTV podcast for a further series of in-depth interviews on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Maayan Hoffman. Thanks for watching Insider.
I think there were like 32 women that participate in the attack on Iran. Pilots and navigators. And it's so amazing. It's so amazing, such strength and such bravery. And the other bravery is, all of Israel is now frontier. We are not just a country because the missiles can hit everywhere. And each mother is, I think, is a little bit of a war room that handles the kids and the family and the house and making sure that everybody will go into the shelter.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and we are so happy to welcome back our viewers and our listeners. Now today, in honor of International Women's Day, we have an extremely special guest, Lihi Lapid, an author and the wife of former Prime Minister Yair Lapid. Welcome, Lihi.
Hi. Thank you for hosting me.
Of course. Thank you so much for being here. Now, Lihi, we are on the eve of International Women's Day, and that is a time, at a time that we're living through an awful lot here in Israel. The focus is obviously not on the women, but on the war that is ongoing. Think about this moment personally for a moment. How do you define strength, which is something you talk about so much, strength as a woman during a time like this?
Wow. I have to divide it for two kind of strength of women. One is, I think there were like 32 women that participate in the attack on Iran. Pilots and navigators and it's so amazing. It's so amazing, such strength and such bravery. And there is a debate now in Israel a little bit about do women need to serve in the army, which, everybody knows that Israeli women are going to the army. So suddenly there is a debate about it, like going backwards. And I think those women prove what strength and what brave, and they're so amazing. So I want to salute each one of them. Really, it's amazing. And the other bravery is, all of Israel is now frontier. We are not just a country because the missiles can hit everywhere, and each mother is, I think, is a little bit of a war room that handles the kids and the family and the house and making sure that everybody will go into the shelter. So there is so much burden on women through war, and also to be worried. We are worried.
Worried about our sons.
I'm now not at home, and I'm already worried of what's going on there.
No, 100%. Our sons that are fighting, our children that are at home in the shelters when we're not
and
there.
Yes, and there is the women of the soldier, the wives of the soldiers. Yeah. We used to have only mothers of soldiers most of the time, but now after 3 years of war, and so many men and women are doing reserve, and there are so many women that are now at home but worried about their husbands that are there in the frontier. It's wow. Yeah. It's a huge burden, really. You know what? We're talking Women's Independence Day, and when I think of Israeli women, there are always, I think there is this aura of bravery, of strength, and it's true. It's not just a legend. I see it now all the time.
Wow.
Really, day by day.
Amazing. International Women's Day is often really talking about women's empowerment. And, speak to that with the little things, day to day. Where do you see that in a time like this?
I think that every woman is empowering for another woman and another woman. And it's like this huge chain of everyone says, like you ask me, and I say, oh, the women that are fighting, and the women of the men in reserve, and the mothers of the little kids are braver than me, are stronger than me. They have a burden bigger than me. So I think in a way we are empowering other women all the time, which we need. Sometimes there are women that don't empower other women, and and these are the women that I'm angry with.
For sure, you know.
So many women are criticizing other women in order to strengthen themselves sometimes. But at a time of war, we are just supporting each other.
And we should do it all the time, not just in a time of war. Certainly now, though, routines are definitely collapsing. And as you mentioned, children are at home. What are some of the things that you think that mothers can be doing to help support the children during this time? And we've written so much about how to raise the children. What is helpful during a time like this?
I'm thinking all the time about the fact that when we are in the airplane, right? The stewardess is saying, if you have a baby, first put a mask on your face and then attend the baby. And it's an amazing image of you need to be strong in order to take care of your kids, to take care of whoever is surrounding you. And unfortunately, I think that women usually put themselves last. They take care of everybody else before they take care of themselves. And if there's a thing that I want to tell women is when you are unhappy, the whole house is unhappy. When you are tired, you can't give the patient and the love and the caring that the rest need. And especially at time of war that we wake up at night and we run to shelters all the time. We need to try and take this time for ourselves, to give the strength to ourselves. And so we can say for a moment, like, I need half an hour of quiet.
But how do you do that in a time like now? I mean, I think, of my own house, 5 kids. I'm working in the fields. I've got to be in the studio. It's single mother. It's it's very difficult to find the time to do those things. What would you say, to some of these women who have their husband in the reserves and their kids at home? And, where do you say, I need that half an hour? How do you empower yourself to do it? And what do you do during that time?
First of all, I think we need to learn better to ask for help, to use help. I remember as a little child hearing someone that asking a woman that she's coming to her, do you need me to bring anything? And usually the answer is, no, everything is okay. And I'm saying, yes, bring a cake, bring a pie, bring something. So we are so used to say, I don't need help, I'm okay. So I'm saying, everyone that offers to come and help, say yes. And we are sometimes so used to not needing and not to be needy. And I'm saying, let everybody help you. I remember one time I was at my parents'. My both kids were super small, and I didn't sleep at night and everything. So I came to my parents and I just lie down to sleep. And I overheard my father says to the kids, be quiet, mommy is sleeping. And first of all, I said, wow, I'm a mother. I'm the mother. But for my parents, I will always be a little child. And in a way, this thing that keeps me a little child in the eyes of someone is something to cherish and to remember that we are the mothers and we are the strong, but we can be sometimes a little bit weak and tired and ask for help.
Oh, it's a beautiful message. And it actually brings really us into the next question, which is that, we're so often trying to be, I think as you wrote, efficient and excellent at everything that we do. International Women's Day celebrates women and their strength and their empowerment and how we can do everything and be everything. But you say, I don't have to be wonderful all the time. So explain that to me. How do we...
there is this saying... be a good enough mother, right? I hate it, okay? Because we don't want to be good enough in anything. You don't want me to say after our talk, it was good enough. Or
please don't.
The cake you brought me was good enough. No, we want to be wonderful. We want to be wonderful. But we can't be wonderful at everything at the same time, all the time. That's the thing that I say to women. You can say, this year, I'm slowing down a little bit because I'm tired, or this year I'm going to study because I need to give something to myself, and it's okay. You know, when I was a young mother, and I needed to stop. I was a news photographer, super cool with short hair and motorbike, and I was like everywhere going. And times like that, I'm thinking of myself going and filming and I stopped because I was in bed care, in bed rest with my first pregnancy, and I said, "Wow, I thought that everything has ended because I lost my profession because you can't be a mother of 2 kids with a motorbike, and there's no place for kids' chair in a motorbike, and I changed my profession, and something else was starting from that. I started writing. I found my voice in writing. So I looked at myself. I was standing in New York in a big hall, talking to people. I had 2 books being published at the last 2 years in America, and I just wanted to hug this young woman that just gave birth and thought that everything ended, and to tell her that one day she will be there in America and her book will be published. And I just want to tell women that sometimes we do things when we are grown-ups, when we are older. And the fact that you stopped for a while during the early years of the kids, or you slow down, it doesn't mean you need to, you are giving up your dreams. No, they can wait. And at the age of 57, the kids will be grown up and you can go and do whatever you want.
Sounds great. And, you know, so many women do still, though, feel the pressure to be the perfect mother, the perfect partner, the perfect professional. Do you think that that is a result of the definition of feminism? Has it changed at all today in modern days that people can't take the permission that you're offering?
I'll tell you what. Sometimes we tend to forget that our mothers are the first generation ever to go out and work outside of home. Throughout all history, women stayed at home, and it's such an amazing thing. I remember one day I was going back from school, and I heard a mother of my friend tells her, invite Lihi to eat with us. Poor her, she is a latchkey girl. Like, I had a key because my mother went to work, and most of the mothers didn't work. So we are either first or second generation of working mothers. And it's difficult because it's very new. And now we're saying we're working mothers, we're women pilots, we're moving the world, and it's very, very new. And I think it takes a while to know. I'm fortunate to be the daughter of a woman feminist, and I remember when I asked her what it is, a latchkey girl. And she looked at me and she said, for a moment it was difficult for her, and then she looked at me and she said, it's a smart girl that her mother trusts her so much that she knows she can quietly go to work. And just remember, we need to remind ourselves that it's very new. And Independence Women's Day is because it's new. And I hope that one day we won't need to celebrate this day because it will be easier.
100%. And, you know, you care now for your own mother, you know, the mother that was working, I guess, for the first generation. Tell me a little bit about how your understanding of womanhood expanded from being a daughter to being a mother and now really being a caregiver for your own mother.
Yeah, wow. It's, you know, I felt it's a privilege. It's a privilege for me to give my mother a little bit of what she gave me so many years. I also, sitting there, me and my sister were around her day and night when she was in the hospital, and now she's at home, going with a wheelchair to the shelter, which is complicated. But one day I came home very, very tired, and it was day after day, and my husband looked at me and he said, you're teaching our kids the biggest lesson that is possible. They just see you. And it's not what we are telling our kids. Yeah. It's when they see what we do. And I think after those 3 months, I believe that my son will saw it. And I hope, actually he helped us a lot with my mother. Yeah. I wrote in I Wanted to Be Wonderful that we talked about this. My book was about that, about trying to be wonderful all the time. And I think part of the reason I was able to talk about it without apologies is because I'm a mother of a girl with special needs. Right. My daughter Yael is with autism, and she doesn't speak. She's 29 years old, and she's a young adult that will always need her mother. And when I won't be here, she'll need her brothers. So in a way, it's a chain of family is support for you when you need, but it's also your obligation to support them. And even now in wartime, I see all the people that helps the elderly in their buildings, and all the people that help mother with babies going to the shelters. It's a chain of helping and of being there.
Amazing. Certainly, it's actually really nice, I think, having the miklats for the building. A lot of people have these mamaz, these safe rooms in their homes, and having the miklat, like I'm in Jerusalem, and we have it under the building. And every time there's a siren and everybody comes together, oh, how are you? What's going on? If someone needs help, everyone helps each other. It's actually a very special part of Israeli society, what you mentioned.
We tried to convince my mother to come to my sister, but she didn't want. She wanted at last after hospital to be home. But we were visiting her yesterday, and there was this siren, and it was time to say thank you to everybody, to all her neighbors that take care of her so nice. So it's, there is some, on the way here, I stopped and I was stuck, and I went to a shelter in a hotel.
Oh my goodness.
And we were talking, arguing immediately about politics and everything. And so it's so Israeli. It's so Israeli.
Yeah, it so works too. It's amazing. Now, Lihi, you mentioned your book, I Wanted to Be Wonderful, which is now available in English, and it's a USA Today bestseller, something everybody should be reading. It definitely beautifully blends the autobiography and the fiction and explores, what happens after the happily ever after, as you call it. Tell me a little bit more about the book, and then I want you to answer this question. Why do you think women are so rarely prepared for this day after the wedding that you talk about, the day after the baby, the day after the big dream is achieved? So tell us about the book and tell us why we needed it.
I think this book is like a sign of be careful, it's a bumpy road, okay? Everybody are thinking when someone is saying, I'm getting married, it's about the wedding. Right. It's about the dress and the napkins and winter or summer, outside or inside. But there is all life after that. And it's you meet someone that was a stranger not long ago. Mm-hmm. And now you are building a home, and you need to decide how does dinner looks, what do you say and what do you don't say, how do you educate the kids. It's so many things, and it's complicated. And there is the burden of supplying for the house, for money. Now it's your turn in the career, and now it's my turn. Whose turn is it now? And it's a bumpy road. And I'm writing in the book also about I didn't mean to write about my experience. It was supposed to be a book about other people, a prince and a princess, But then my life went into it. And I remember talking one day to my mother-in-law, that she's the famous author Shulamit Lapid. And I told her, Shula, do you, when you write a book, do you write the whole truth? And she looked at me and she said, when you write a book, you write the whole truth and then you erase a little bit. So I tried to erase, and I erased, and there were parts that I couldn't erase because they were very, very true. And I will tell you one moment that that was in the book, that was in real life. I had 2 kids. I was most of the time tired, angry, don't understand how did it all happen to me and why it's my burden. And in the book, the man is coming home, but he stays in front of the door one day, and he hesitates before he enters his home, because he knows he will open the door and she will be angry with him and she will be upset and she will. So he breathes for a moment, and I thought it was the most heartbreaking thing that I can hear, that someone is not rushing into his home to just rest and get a hug. And when I was a wreck, and yes, I had a girl with special need, I had all the reasons, but the day that Yair sat with me and he looked at me and he said, that's the family we have. And this house needs to be a happy home again. Wow. And at the end, I think that it's one of the biggest challenges for women, because only a woman can make the happy home happy again, really. And that's the thing that it was so important for me to write about. But I'll tell you a funny story, okay?
Okay.
Because it was I remember when Yair was working in L.A., and I was after giving birth, and I don't know, I was breastfeeding and something went wrong and it was hurting and I had fever, and I called the doctor and I told him, what can I do? And he said, put cabbage and tie it. And I said, come on, are you serious? Cabbage? What are we, in the field? And while I was with my cabbage, Yair called and said, I had breakfast with Julia Roberts, and she's really amazing looking. And I was like, no, it can't be. It can't be that's I'm here with the cabbage. So I think it's it was the image that I felt that was all about, it's your turn now, and I'm here.
Oh, my God. That's so... How did you turn your house around to be happy again if it wasn't, though? What was your secret sauce?
First of all, I was a wreck, really. And one day I talked to my father. Well, we're talking a lot about him today. And I was crying. I said, why did it happen to my daughter? Why did it happen to me? Why does she need to suffer so much? And he looked at me and he said, do you think she would be better off with a different mother?
Wow.
And I said, no. And he said, so that's the journey of your life.
That's beautiful.
And that was a moment that I really sat with myself and I said, okay, you are living the way it happened to me. And you are even trying not to worry so much about the future. And that's the thing that made me be, happy again, is look at those moments of happiness, because happiness is not that's it. You are happy now and it's forever. It's moments of happiness that shine, and you need to stop and be happy from them. So I think that's the thing. That's the moment that I decided that I'm going to be happy from every good moment. And after those years here now, the 3 years that were devastating and heartbreaking and horrible, every time that I listen to the families that lost someone, and when you ask them what they want, what their biggest wish is, another family dinner with everybody surrounding the table, the moments of happiness. And I do think that we are sometimes, so many times, don't pay attention to those little moments that at the end it's what we miss and what we're just longing for.
Wow. No, it's such an important message. You know, you mentioned, and I mentioned at the beginning, you're married to Yair Lapid, who is a very well-known politician, former prime minister, head of the opposition today. Lehi, how did you create all of this, maintain your identity, write so many books, while married to somebody who's so popular? I mean, how did you keep your own self in all of this?
I think my biggest luck is his mother.
Uh-huh.
She's a wonderful author and very appreciated. And also in their home, her writing was like very, very important for everybody. And his father was a big guy with a big mouth, and he was also, and I think I'm married a big feminist. Yair really, I remember when he was Minister of Treasury, say.
Yeah.
He took a CEO for the office that was 7 months pregnant. So he taught me that I can ask for help. That's what we started with, and he's happy to be there for me. And I'm very appreciative. I think you need to have a partner in order to fly.
Amazing. Now, since October 7th and through the ongoing tensions, many Israelis speak about holding on to those small moments of happiness that you just referred to. What have you learned about joy, gratitude, and presence with all of the collective trauma, just in the last 2.5 years? Tell me a little bit about some of those other moments that stand out for you from this war.
Wow. This war, for me, I think everyone took his angle. I think from the moment that it started, like 8th of September, I was with the hostages, and especially with the families of the women that were hostages. And it was a huge fight. We went to the Rafah border, very close to, and shouted and screamed and marched. And I think I was for a year on the streets with signs and pictures of Eden Yerushalmi, of really of all of them, of Daniela, of Agam. And the moment that I saw them back, the ones that came back, was the most wonderful, amazing feeling of, wow, I was part of it. I think the Israelis that went out, the thousands and thousands of Israelis that went out and on the streets and didn't give up because they believed that it can happen, was the most amazing thing. But I want us not to forget the women that were murdered in captivity, like Eden Yerushalmi and like Carmel Gat, that were a moment from being released and died there. So I think for me, the war was also an opportunity to see the strength. And we were marching a lot of women for other women, and it was super, super strong. We succeeded with a lot, and we lost some.
Yeah, and it's a time of year when we really think about celebrating women, not only because of International Women's Day, but this year, International Women's Day falls so close to the holiday of Purim, where a woman, Queen Esther, right, saved the Jewish people. So imagine, as our final question, that you're sitting down today with Queen Esther. Not as a myth, but a woman actually facing fear and responsibility. What would you want Israeli women to remember about their own voice and power on this International Women's Day?
Wow, that I'm a person that is not afraid of failing, and that's the thing. It's okay to fail. I published one book that called Being a Soldier's Mom. with a lot of tips because my son was in the army and I followed him everywhere. And I said, well, I will write a book. And it was a total disaster. It didn't sell anything. And we were sitting together, the publication house, trying to figure out how come, because it was supposed to be a huge success. And I said, no mother wants a book called Being a Soldier's Mom next to her bed. We want them to go and to come back healthy so I think we're learning from failures, and just don't be afraid to make fun of yourself, to try things. It's okay. We can fail, and then we'll succeed.
Wow, Lihi, thank you so much. Before we close up, I'm actually going to grab your two books, at least the ones in English, and hold them up to the camera because I want everybody to see them. I Want It to Be Wonderful by Lihi Lapid, and also On Her Own, another novel by Lihi Lapid, and definitely something that everybody should check out, especially if they enjoyed this conversation, which I certainly did. So thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
being here.
Maya, and so much for hosting me. And I hope you are going through this time okay with the kids and everybody.
Thank you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Devo Klein, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. It's currently 11 a.m. in New York and 5 p.m. here in Israel, where we enter day 11 of the war with Iran. Let's quickly recap all of the latest developments. The Islamic regime has fired missiles at central and northern Israel multiple times today. The center was subject to two sirens, one at 10 a.m., one at 2:30 p.m., but in the north, citizens did not sleep as red alert sirens kept them up most of the night. Just in the last few hours, multiple sirens came off in northern Israel as the Islamic regime has fired on many different occasions, sending thousands into bomb shelters all day long. The Home Front Command has updated that in the latest barrages, no injuries were reported, but although there were no injuries or direct impacts, there were fragments that fell from the air defense interception. And as you can see on your screens now, one of these fragments has fallen on a home in Iksal, that's in northern Israel near Nazareth. That there is just highlighting the danger of these fragments after the air defense intercepts these ballistic missiles. And moving on now, U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said in a press conference that today, Iran will be hit with the intensity never seen before. Take a listen to some of his latest remarks.
The mullahs are desperate and scrambling. Like the terrorist cowards they are, they fire missiles from schools and hospitals, deliberately targeting innocents, because they know their military is being systematically degraded and annihilated. Iran's neighbors, and in some cases, former allies in the Gulf, they've abandoned them. And their proxies, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, either broken, ineffective, or on the sidelines. Iran stands alone, and they are badly losing. On day 10 of Operation Epic Fury, we are winning with an overwhelming and unrelenting focus on our objectives, which are the same as the day I gave my first briefing here on Operation Epic Fury. They're straightforward, and we are executing them with ruthless precision. 1, destroy their missile stockpiles, their missile launchers, and their defense industrial base. Missiles and their ability to make them. 2, destroy their navy. And 3, permanently deny Iran nuclear weapons forever. It's a laser-focused, maximum authority mission delivered with overwhelming and unrelenting precision. No hesitation, no half measures. as President Trump declared yesterday. We're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. But we do so. We do so on our timeline and at our choosing. For example, today will be yet again our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes. Intelligence more refined and better than ever. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, the last 24 hours have seen Iran fire the lowest number of missiles they've been capable of firing yet.
Strong words there from the Secretary of War. Now, the comments by Hegseth come as waves of Israeli airstrikes continue on military targets across Iran. Citizens of Tehran told Reuters that last night's wave of airstrikes was by far the strongest and most intense since the start of the war. Citizens reported multiple waves of attacks and strong booms heard across the city, as the IDF targets IRGC military bases, headquarters, missile development sites, and more strategic locations. Earlier today, the Israeli Air Force completed 2 waves of airstrikes targeting military airfields, IRGC headquarters, and laboratories linked to Iran's nuclear program. And in earlier airstrikes, Israeli fighter jets fired at 6 major Islamic military air bases. According to the military, aircrafts used by the IRGC's Quds Force, as well as Iranian attack helicopters, were destroyed in the airstrikes. The strikes also targeted runways and air defense and detection systems designed to operate against Israeli aircraft flying over Iranian airspace. Citizens of Tehran were reporting strong airstrikes, making comments by Pete Hegseth even more interesting. Bombs went off across Tehran, and the IDF is confirming that more than 170 bombs on military targets were released in Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz, destroying a Quds Force headquarters in Tehran and surface-to-air missile production and storage sites in Isfahan. The IDF also added that a UAV facility used to launch attacks at Israel was targeted, and that the channel of supplies between the Iranian regime and its regional proxies has also been severely damaged. As of now, more than 1,900 IRGC soldiers and commanders have been killed in airstrikes since the start of the war, with thousands more reported wounded. And joining me now to discuss all of these developments is our panel of experts. I am pleased to welcome to the show Benjamin Anthony, co-founder and CEO of the Miriam Institute, and retired Colonel Dr. Eran Lerman, former deputy director of the NSC and vice president of the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security. Thank you both for joining the show.
Thanks for having me.
So, Benjamin, I want to start with you, and if I can get your original essential thoughts on the comments by Pete Hegseth, because it seems that the Israeli and American strikes on Iran are picking up every day, and as he rightfully said, the ballistic missile attacks on central Israel have significantly reduced over the days. Do his comments hold water? Is it posturing? Is it to inspire the American people and maybe even the people of Israel and Iran? Or are there really some significant gains so far in this military operation?
Yeah, so again, it's a pleasure to be with you. I remind all of the viewers that we're 10 days into this war. It's very, very early days. And therefore, when you listen to the Secretary of War's comments, you have to understand that they speak to significant strikes, the significant downgrading, the significant weakening of the abilities of Iran to A, maintain and secure its regime, B, maintain and secure its ballistic missile program, maintain and secure its nuclear weapons program, and maintain and secure its navy. And the 3 targets that the Secretary of War delineated there, to my mind, are absolutely crystal clear, logical, and eminently achievable. Those being, as I just mentioned, preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon, downgrading the ballistic missiles and the manufacture of those missiles and the delivery systems. Excuse me, that's an alarm going off here. One moment.
Yeah,
I
I'd
live
like
my
to
shelter
jump in there and just inform our viewers that we did just get the alert from the Home Front Command saying that they have identified launches from Iran toward the state of Israel. They're now letting everybody know to head over to the bomb shelters. So I'm just going to let our viewers know that we will be transferring this broadcast temporarily to ILTV's Kalev Ben David, who is standing by. But gentlemen, if you are around and you are already in your shelters, I would love if you can continue with your answer, Benjamin.
Just want to say, if I could jump in, if you can hear me, there is an alarm in Jerusalem as well. An alarm alert. So I may also have to go down just to let you and the viewers know.
Absolutely. It does look like the IDF has identified launches toward multiple areas in Israel, including the center and Jerusalem. We are, of course, waiting for more information. But Benjamin, as you were saying.
Yeah, so as I was saying, firstly, just so everybody understands, I'm actually broadcasting from within the shelter here in my home in central Israel. So I hope that anyone who needs to go to a shelter does so in a timely manner. With that having been said, I think that the target package or the goals that Secretary of War Hegseth delineated, the bringing about of an end to the Iranian nuclear weapons pursuit, the distraction of the Navy, and the distraction of the ballistic missile program manufacturing and delivery systems, those are eminently achievable. I think that it's the work of many a media commentator to continue to suggest that the target set has not been expressly delineated by the US administration, but I think that that's incorrect. There's a question over the timeline. There was also something, though, that Secretary of War Hegseth mentioned at the beginning of his comments that you didn't broadcast, but I want to talk about for a moment. He spoke about himself being a veteran of wars in which his comrades, his brothers in arms, had been injured and killed by way of the proxy of this Iranian regime. What the secretary said there, word for word, in my opinion, could have been said by most any combat veteran here in the Israel Defense Forces, whether we have lost or seen horrific injuries befall those that we stood shoulder to shoulder with inside Gaza or inside Lebanon, in some cases inside Judea and Samaria. And so, while as a combat veteran myself, I hope that others in service never see a war, but if they do happen to be embroiled in its theatre, may it only be a war as just as the one that is currently being waged against this regime in Tehran. It is correct and proper, and if it's going to take a couple of weeks or even longer than that in order to bring about an end to this menace, then so be it. This is a scourge that needs to be erased from this part of the world.
Mm-hmm. But, I guess that the natural follow-up question, and Dr. Lerman, if you can take this one, when does it end? When do we pull the plug? Because there will always be more military targets. We eliminated the supreme leader. They've elected a new one. There will always be another target. There will always be supporters of the Islamic regime. So when do the United States and Israel decide that enough is enough? Do we know? Dr. Lerman, we're still waiting for your answer. You may be muted.
Right. There you go. First of all, if there is an actual alarm and not a warning, this room will be inundated with other parts of my family, dog included. So we shall see how we manage that. But Secretary Hegseth was very clear in his list of targets, precisely because these are things that can be achieved in a fixed timetable, which is not yet there, but it's advancing. The degradation and on the way to complete or almost complete destruction of the missile infrastructure in all its aspects. By the way, Israel is as much involved in this as the U.S. military.
Unfortunately, I have to go into a shelter. I'm just letting our guests, and the sirens are ringing in Jerusalem. I'm off to the shelter.
Thank you for that update,
if it takes us up here in Modi'in, we shall see how we continue. But for the time being, the missile infrastructure is very clear. And by the way, this has by now become a strategic question, not just because of Israel, but because Iran has showered all its neighbors almost all of its neighbors, with the exception of Pakistan, for reasons that they probably know, with missile attacks. So the need to degrade their capacity to do so has become of utter strategic value. This is what CENTCOM was created to do back in the Reagan years, protect the countries of the Gulf against potential enemies. And this is one thing that needs to be done and can be done in the few weeks ahead. Nuclear infrastructure, again, a strategic target of the first order, because if Iran is ever allowed to have a nuclear bomb, then the entire NPT system built since the Cuban Missile Crisis will collapse. Therefore, it is of vital importance to go through with this. And the key question is where and how to deal with the leftover 60% enrichment stockpile that is buried somewhere in Isfahan. And I would not speculate about the ways to do it, but there have been speculations already in the public domain. The third question has arisen in recent days, really. It's not just the Navy, it's the Hormuz Straits. And if Iran is effectively denied the capacity to block the Hormuz Straits, the message for the entire world would be of immense importance. Particularly, of course, this is part of the American-Chinese, the complex American-Chinese relationship, and Trump has spoken to that. Beyond all of these targets, which can be achieved in measurable time frames, there is the larger question of regime change. Now, it is not, there's a reason why neither Israel nor the United States have committed to this as a war goal. Because if you commit to this, you cannot stop until this has happened. And this is not something that you can predict with any degree of accuracy, because ultimately it is the work of the Iranian people. There's not going to be any invasion of Iran 2003 style. What is going to happen is that the regime will be weakened to the point in which the Iranian people can take their fate into their own hands. This is doable, but it cannot be defined as clearly in questions of time frame. And let me say that I heard also in the speech by Hegseth and in the words of the president, a fifth undeclared goal, which is to change the nature of war, to change the nature of American military, the role of the American military in world affairs. There has been nation building under Bush. There have been periods in which the military was basically sidelined. Now it is put right up at center. Right up at center.
Now, gentlemen, before we continue, and for the viewers who might actually be joining us just now, just a really quick update. We recently got an alert to head to the bomb shelters. There were launches identified leaving Iran, heading toward the state of Israel. There are currently sirens going off in the Jerusalem area, in the north near Haifa, and in the south. Israelis are reporting massive boom sounds also near Beersheba, which is in the south of Israel, and Beit Shemesh, which is just half an hour outside of Jerusalem. All of these residents have been sent into bomb shelters. So far, no sirens yet in central Israel. For those of you who are joining now, just a quick update, and I hope that everybody is staying safe at this time. But my question for Benjamin, just to continue on the cooperation between the United States and Israel. I mean, this is cooperation that is honestly historic in the way that the two militaries are able to work together. And I think that there's a lot of speculation that the Gulf countries, who were very incentivized to join this war effort after they too have been the targets of many Iranian ballistic missiles and drones, have caused a lot of damage in the Gulf countries, but they haven't yet joined the front, and there is still speculation that they will likely not. But the question for me, for you, Benjamin, now is, should the Gulf states be joining, considering all of the regional, you everything going on with the Strait of Hormuz, and that this conflict is not just, they said it would be a regional conflict. It's now spilling over into the world, and the whole world is being affected, and the coordination between Jerusalem and Washington has been so exquisite. What is stopping the Gulf countries from joining and creating this sort of alliance, this Abrahamic alliance, if you will, between these countries? What's your thoughts?
So I think there are a few things at play. Firstly, putting aside the countries in the immediate region, what this coordination between Israel and the United States has shown is just the fecklessness and the haplessness of the European powers, who basically are nowhere to be seen. If they are anywhere, they're on the margins. We saw the statement by President Trump toward Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom that he could turn his ships around quite literally, that the assistance of the UK was not required at this stage. President Trump expressing that, in his opinion, he felt the war was already won. More of a turn of phrase than an accurate description of how things are going. And in terms of the Gulf, look, there are some interesting considerations going on. Firstly, I don't believe that any of those countries are particularly well equipped or have the experience to be eminently assistive in the efforts to keep the Straits of Hormuz open. I don't think that their direct involvement and engagement is required. And there are various viewpoints about how this attack by the Iranians on countries in the region will hasten normalization between Israel and those countries. Now, I'm a bit of a minority voice on this matter. I've said it before, but I do want to point it out again. The phenomenon of normalization was actually hastened by the fact that as the Gulf states looked around and saw Iran's pursuit of the bomb, and as they looked around and saw it arming and rearming itself, there was but one country local to the Middle East, that country is Israel, that was absolutely determined to fight, combat, and curb the hegemonic ambitions of the regime in Tehran. Now, with that fighting underway, and with the success that I believe will eventuate in a military sense from the campaign and from the coordination that you just mentioned between the Americans and the Israelis, there is a case to be made that the incentive for normalization starts to ebb among some of the countries who were thought to be on the cusp of normalizing, but are yet to do so as a consequence of the reduced threat level that they sense. And that comes back down to a subject that is ongoing but less discussed. And what I'm referring to is Israel's ongoing conflict with the Palestinian Arabs. I remind everybody there is still something of a conflict ongoing inside the Gaza Strip. It is far from resolved. We also have unrest at various points in Judea and Samaria. And we had the Saudis express that in order to normalize with the state of Israel, they wanted to see a viable pathway towards the two-state solution between Israel and the Palestinian Arabs. Now, while most people dismiss that diktat as merely being lip service paid by the Saudis, I don't. I actually take it very, very seriously because, as we saw on October 7th and as we've seen more recently, one can have normalization with any number of states around the periphery of the state of Israel. But as long as you don't have some sort of conclusive resolution of the ongoing conflict between Israel and the Palestinian Arabs, the state of Israel is not going to know peace. It's not going to know quiet. It's not going to know ongoing diplomatic support necessarily from even the Americans in the long term. And it is not going to have any change in the tide when it comes to public sentiment towards it among the European countries. So I don't know quite what will take place, but I'm not sure that our success will hasten normalization with other countries. I'm actually concerned that we will be victims of that success and further normalization may actually be pushed away from us.
Mm-hmm. That's actually a really interesting point. And Eran, I do want to get your thought on that. But Benjamin, just a quick follow-up. You say that the Saudis did say that the credible pathway to Palestinian statehood or a two-state solution, as you said, is a prerequisite for normalization. But is all of Trump's involvement with the Gaza Board of Peace and the rebuilding efforts in Gaza and the international stabilization force, which as of now has kind of been put on hold and the war with Iran has kind of taken over the limelights, but is that not considered a pathway of some sort? Is that not enough for the Saudis, do you think?
I don't believe that that's enough for the Saudis, but more than that, I want to emphasize the following. I can call what they say in America balls and strikes. I can call the successes of the Trump administration. I can call those efforts that are less than successful. The idea that in the second Trump term, there is a pathway that's put forward for the establishment of a Palestinian state. And the idea that there was also a pathway put forward during the first Trump administration within which there was a call for a capital for the Palestinian Arab state in Jerusalem that would be called Al-Quds, that there would be contiguity between Judea and Samaria and the Gaza Strip, and that even there might be expansion of the Gaza Strip into the desert here in Israel. Those ideas to me are completely nonsensical. I believe them to be absurd, and I think that they should be cast into the dustbin of history. They rank among the worst possible ideas. The notion that a people that is overwhelmingly supportive and was overwhelmingly supportive and expresses its support in an ongoing fashion for a genocidal regime that stormed the border on October 7th, massacred our people and stole them from us. The idea that the outcome of those actions on October the 7th is that a brand new gleaming state with massive international support and investment should come about in order to build high-rise buildings for the Palestinian Arabs inside the Gaza Strip, and that we should give them a capital city in our capital city, Jerusalem, is among the most nonsensical ideas that I have ever heard. And I am very hopeful, as I've said before, and I'll continue to say, that Israeli governments, including this and whichever government may follow it, will dismiss those ideas on their face. And incidentally, the Board of Peace may sound interesting, but the ability to implement it in a practicable way is next to non-existent. There is no sense in suggesting that a so-called reformed Palestinian Authority is well positioned to take over governance inside the Gaza Strip, or that that would be to the benefit of the long-term security of the people of Israel.
Yeah, very eloquently said, if I do say so myself. Dr. Lerman, your closing remarks just before we end this panel?
Well, I would look closely at a structural element that has emerged even before the war and has now been complemented by this immense pillar of cooperation between Israel and the United States, unprecedented in our history, unprecedented in American history almost. The level of jointness, of combined operations well, perhaps goes back to Normandy or World War II more generally. But even there, I think it was more a division of labor rather than what we see now, which is essentially the CENTCOM and the IDF fighting together a war. And let us remember that CENTCOM is also involved in creating the basic infrastructure for supporting a stabilization in Gaza, namely the organization in Kiryat Gat called the CMCC, the Civil Military Coordination Center, which is, again, the IDF side by side with CENTCOM, with representatives, by the way, from the Arab world, from Arab Gulf countries working in Israel on a joint mission. These are all, the elements which would have been the stuff of science fiction not that long ago. So let us look at the situation which will emerge once the Iranian regime is either destroyed or brought to the point of accepting American terms. Realize that the region will change basically as dramatically as it changed back in 1991 with the defeat of Saddam Hussein, which created opportunities for things to be done politically, diplomatically, that were unimaginable before that, and keep all these options open. I would not foreclose some kind of future options. I fully agree that the present Palestinian Authority as constituted and the present Palestinian public as previously educated are not there. And therefore we are going to, as peace partners, and therefore we're going to need a long transition period. But this transition period will be colored by the outcome of this war in ways which are very difficult to predict as of now.
Definitely a lot of questions and food for thought, but we are going to end our panel on that note. I want to thank you both so much for coming on the show. Benjamin Anthony, Dr. Eran Lerman, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And moving on now to the global oil crisis. Shipping giant Aramco said today that if Iran continues blocking the Strait of Hormuz, the results will be catastrophic. Joining me now to discuss this topic, we have a global expert on this matter. We are now joined by Dr. Alex Coleman, a senior economic expert at the Holon Institute of Technology. Alex, thank you so much for joining.
Pleasure.
So, as I reported just now, Aramco is using very strong rhetoric to scare everyone to what could happen if Iran continues to sabotage this crucial strait near the country's borders. So I'd love to get your take on that. Is it posturing? I mean, on the one hand, gas prices are spiking in recent days. There is a great scare on a global scale, but is there anything that can be done at this point? What do you think?
Well, there are several points. First of all, prices spiked. But once President Trump calmed with a statement that we are towards the end of this incident, prices really stabilized. Today, they were basically stable. But I think that the Iranian threat is very, very serious in the sense that the fact that the Iranian fleet has been destroyed is not synonymous with opening the straits and enabling ships to sail. You can sabotage ships in many ways without actually having your own ships, just by threatening them. I think this is more or less enough. So the solution should come from other directions. One direction is South America, and Trump controls a lot of oil in South America. The U.S. has been a major exporter of oil from its own production, which needs to be accelerated. And the US and Europe have massive reserves of oil. So I think that once the world agrees that there is a significant crisis, this crisis is not going to go away in the foreseeable future. If we take account of these measures and we activate them, I think we would see the price more or less stabilize. It will still be expensive, which for President Trump is really no fun because his base is going to pay more in the gas station, but I think that it will be tolerable. It will be livable for a war situation.
Mm-hmm. Now, Trump actually alluded in a press conference a few days ago that the United States is kind of keeping all their options open, but they are looking into the possibility of taking over Iran's oil facilities. I mean, what would such an act mean? Does the United States even have the capacity to do that? Is it legal? What are your thoughts on those comments?
Well, the question of whether it is legal is, I think, marginal in the sense that if it is done by the U.S. military, if it is accomplished by the U.S. military, then, of course, oil will flow like water. So I'm certainly, I don't want to even get into this issue of whether the war is legal or not, or these aspects are really not
right, but those initial comments that Trump made, he does say a lot of shifty things in the beginning of the war. He said it would take, weeks, and then he said it would take a few days, and you got to take everything that Trump says with a grain of salt. But there is this sort of imperial, and there's a bit of a hint of imperialism in this sentiment of we're just going to take over.
Yeah.
Does that sound to you like, in a perfect world, let's say, does that sound to you like a solvable solution to the crisis that's unfolding as we speak?
I haven't been to a perfect world recently, so it's difficult for me to judge. But I think that President Trump really fires in many directions. He said that the conflict in Iran is almost towards the end. I do not agree with him at all. I think that there's a big difference. It's not this mythological situation where you cut the monster's head and plonk, it falls to the ground. This is absolutely not the case with Iran. And as a result, we've not seen this in other conflicts. So I do not think that the conflict is going to end within a day. I think that if Trump actually takes over the oil in Iran, there are going to be significant casualties. Guarding the oil, producing it, shipping it on ships, etc. So this is a totally different perspective for this war, because until now it was basically quite sterile in the sense of very, very few American casualties. In that case, we'll see casualties going up, oil prices plummeting, and it's going to be really a funny situation in terms of how capitalism is willing to pay with blood for oil. It's going to be really poetic.
But so then what are our options? Are there options? I mean, are we just supposed to wait for this issue to come and find us?
I mentioned there are three options. One option is to increase production in South America, where Trump does control oil production. The second one is to increase production within the U.S. with shale production, which is a technology that the U.S. is using whenever oil prices are high. And the third thing is to deploy the reserves. The U.S. has massive reserves, and Europe has massive reserves, and that's the solution.
So just quickly, Dr. Coleman, before I let you go, is there optimism? Are you optimistic?
Yes, I think that there is optimism, but it's not a Disney movie. It's not a case where you have this monster, you chop his heads, and quite a few of them, and the monster is defeated, and tadam, you win the peace prize for winning the war. I do not think that this is the case, but yes, there is place for optimism. Oil prices will not continue to be that high in the future.
All right. Well, with that, we will end our interview for now. Dr. Alex Coleman, thank you for coming on the show and for giving us a little bit of a smile despite the heaviness of these topics. I appreciate it.
Pleasure. Bye-bye.
And really quickly on this matter of the oil crisis, after the comments made by Aramco, the results being catastrophic in Iran, the foreign minister Abbas Araghchi has removed the blame from the Islamic regime and instead blamed the United States and Israel for any damages that could unfold. Take a listen to his latest remarks in an interview with PBS.
Well, this is not our fault. This is not our plan. You know, the oil production, the transportation of oil has been slowed down or stopped, not because of us, because of the attacks and aggression made by Israelis and Americans against us. So they have made the whole region insecure. You know, this is the result of the aggression by Israelis and Americans, which has made the whole region insecure, unstable, and the consequences are huge for not only us but for the whole region and now for the international community.
Interesting comments there from the foreign minister, kind of shifting the blame from the Islamic regime over to Israel and the United States, as he has done quite a few times in recent press conferences and statements given from the Islamic regime, blaming Israel and the United States for opening the front, opening the attack. But here in Israel, the feelings are definitely different, as the northern front, as we move now to the northern front, is constantly under attack. Explosions are rocking Beirut as the IDF continues to carry out airstrikes in the Lebanese capital against Hezbollah and other Iranian-backed terror groups. The 91st Division, which has recently had 2 fallen soldiers in recent days, has been active along the border and inside of Lebanon, carrying out security operations and forwarding Israel's defensive campaign against Hezbollah. Troops on the ground identified multiple rocket launchers that were either armed and aimed at Israel or had been used in previous days to launch attacks at the citizens of northern Israel. Air Force strikes were quickly ordered, and in one instance, a rocket launcher was destroyed just minutes after being used to fire at Israeli civilians. According to the defense minister's office, more than 1 million Lebanese civilians have now left their homes following Israeli evacuation warnings, including about 650,000 people from Beirut's southern suburbs and another 500,000 from southern Lebanon. Israeli defense officials also warn Hezbollah may intensify rocket and drone attacks in the coming days in an attempt to divert Israeli attention from the ongoing war with Iran. And that is definitely a worrying sentence that attacks will ramp up, as the northern front has been under constant fire all night and all morning, suffering heavily from ballistic missile attacks and the home front guidelines, as many choose to stay at home. Well, joining me now to give us some perspective is Tal Feinbaum. We have that is the wrong guess. Sorry. We have a resident of northern Israel with us here today, Ilya, to give us some perspective on what is going on in the north. Ilya, thank you for joining us right now. Ilya, if you can hear us, I hope that you're staying safe. There was just a rocket attack in northern Israel. It actually was a combined attack. Iran was firing ballistic missiles at central Israel, and the north of Israel was coming under attack by Hezbollah. This is not the first time that the two have coordinated their attacks, sending the citizens of northern Israel into their bomb shelters. Ilya Strickman, if you can hear us, thank you for joining.
Yes, I hear you. Like you see, I sit in Kiryat Shmona, actually in my home, and for now it's really quiet. But yesterday it was really stop day, and morning too.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of place closed because people don't want to leave from his house. We stay in shelter, and who have to work, going to work. And I'm glad for me what I don't have little children, so I can go to work, and it's okay for me. But other people not in this situation.
Hmm.
Stop.
Ilya, it really seems like a lot of the residents of northern Israel, cities like Kiryat Shmona, that have been evacuated in the previous conflict when Hezbollah first started firing on Israel on October 8th, 2023. The people who have been evacuated, many had their homes damaged. Many even lost their lives. Many are returning now to a renewed conflict, coming back to the same scene that they had left years ago. How are these sort of, memories flooding back, and this sort of take two feeling in northern Israel? What is the atmosphere like among the people in your community in Kiryat Shmona?
Actually, it's not the same because last time a lot of people was afraid not from missiles from Hezbollah. It's something else. We're afraid from 7 October.
Right.
So
and it's obviously
now it's different.
Yeah,
Not just missiles. We have a good defense, and all our system work okay. And I think it's different situation now. So people way afraid, children afraid. Like you hear, it's a lot of boom now. Our artillery is working every hour. I hear sound of tanks, helicopters, and machine gun, whatever. But it's okay. We deserve a good life after 1-2 years. I mean, I think that this situation that will be like 3-4 weeks, it will over.
And this is definitely a tough situation to be in, but you do sound a little bit optimistic, if I dare say. You saying, life goes on and you deserve a better life and you just live through it. So no plans to evacuate as of now, as long as the home front doesn't send evacuation warnings to the city. You're not planning on evacuating?
Last time I don't evacuated too. I like my place. I like this city. I like nature here, and I like to be here. I just want to be able to defeat myself. I mean, if I have weapon, it's enough for me to defeat my place. Now I have weapon.
All right. Ilya, I hope that you are staying safe during this time, and thank you for giving us just a little bit of optimism. Ilya Strickman, thank you so much for coming on the broadcast today.
Good night.
And moving on now, while most Israelis come under fire from hostile neighbors, many Israelis are still stranded abroad, trying as hard as they can to come home. In a Ministry of Transportation operation that begun on March 5th, most Israelis that found themselves stranded abroad when the war with Iran began have now been returned home on one of the special rescue flights operating in and out of Ben Gurion Airport in recent days. Now, joining me now is our very own correspondent, ILTV's India Naftali, who was actually on one of these rescue flights. India, we are so happy to have you back home. Can you share with us your experience with the rescue flights?
Absolutely, Devo. I did arrive safely, but not without trauma. Within 30 minutes of arriving and me grabbing my baggage, there was already a red from Iranian missiles coming in to central Israel. We immediately had to go to the airport bunker, which, might I add, is quite fortified with cement walls. I definitely felt safe there. Right after I was exiting the airport, this is after the sirens, mind you, I walk out and I have to say direct hit from Hezbollah.
Yeah, India, I'm so sorry. I have to jump in and stop you there. We can't exactly hear you. There seems to be a lot of wind in your current location. So we are going to come back to you when you do get a chance to reestablish your position outside or inside where there is a little bit of less wind, and we will come back to you. I promise you that. I want to move on now to another story, as Turkey has now issued a warning to Tehran, a warning after the Iranian missile entered Turkish airspace a few days ago. The threats were intercepted by Turkish air defense and there were no casualties reported, but President Erdogan called the attack a, quote, provocative action that could further destabilize the region. Ankara says its military and security services are on high alert and that NATO missile defense systems are also helping protect Turkish airspace. Take a listen.
Bugünkü hadise bağlamında yanlışta ısrar ve inat edilmemesi gerektiğini bir kez daha hatırlatıyorum. Gelişmeleri NATO ve diğer müttefiklerimizle eşgüdüm içinde takip edecek, güvenliğimizi tahkim edecek ilave önlemleri almayı sürdüreceğiz. Akabinde İran makamlarına gerekli ikazlar yapıldı. Ancak burada şu hususu altını çizerek ifade etmek durumundayım. Samimi uyarılarımıza rağmen Türkiye'nin dostluğunu zora sokacak son derece yanlış ve provokatif adımlar atılmaya devam ediyor.
Very interesting words from President Tayyip Erdogan. Now let's go back to our ILTV correspondent, India Naftali, who was just telling us her story of coming back home to Israel on one of the special rescue flights. India, as you were saying, if you could take the story from the top. We are waiting to hear from India. We can't exactly hear you right now. Now we can hear you. Yeah, go for it.
All right, so I did arrive safely, thankfully, but not without drama. Within 30 minutes of landing, we were already under ballistic missile attack from Iran. We were ushered into the bunker of the airport that, I may add, is quite fortified with cement bricks. I feel very safe there, but right after I exited the airport and without rocket sirens, I witnessed with my own eyes a direct hit on a nearby city from incoming Hezbollah fire. So it was certainly not a boring entrance, and it certainly was a reminder that I am entering an active war zone. Now, like you said, the majority of Israelis who are waiting to be repatriated have been so. Around over 50% have already made it home. On my flight that went directly from Miami to Tel Aviv, there were about 150 passengers, and it was a packed flight. There were even 30 people on standby, a lot of whom were able to get back on that flight. I will add that outbound flights are extremely limited. I saw people at the airport also trying to leave the country. There are 2 departure flights per hour. 70 to 100 passengers will be allowed per plane. And despite those planes being able to hold more people, they are limiting those passengers so that the airport doesn't become too crowded, because these missile attacks, it makes it quite difficult to move around and maneuver people. So they are trying to keep the airport clean, free, and not too crowded, so in case of an attack, only certain airlines are flying out and in, Israel, Arkia, and El Al, of course. And interestingly enough, Israeli citizens who are leaving the country are being made to sign a contract that they will not be able to return to the country until 30 days later. But as of now, regarding outbound flights, it is a priority to bring Israelis home. There are still many, including in Dubai and the UAE right now, stuck. Authorities say that it is a priority to bring people back in. So there are more incoming flights than outbound flights.
Yeah, and I can also just add on what you mentioned for the outbound flights, that the policy to sign this little waiver is in fact to prevent unnecessary traveling from outside of Israel, to really save these very limited seats. As you're saying, the current quota, which has, as far as my knowledge tells me, has not changed, of 70 to 100 passengers per flight. The priority is to get the people who are stuck in Israel out of Israel. And of course, as you say, to bring everybody home. But India, if we can, I would like to go to a little bit of a personal note and ask you how you felt through this whole process. You're saying that a rocket from Hezbollah landed in Ben Gurion Airport. We know that Ben Gurion Airport is a target both for the Islamic regime and Hezbollah, who are continuously firing at central Israel, and it landed right as you came in. But how was the feeling? Did you feel safe? Did you feel less or more safe than when you were stranded in the United States? How was the general feeling of this trip for you?
Absolutely. Well, the rocket that I did see, it landed in a nearby city, and I did hear in further reports that it did land in an empty field. So that is what I do know. But this whole experience, I'll be completely frank, it's not something I would want to do again. It was extremely stressful. There was so much support around me with the other people on this rescue flight. That was great. But in all honesty, it's a stressful experience. There are several flights that have been diverted just 1 minute from landing. They had to abort the landing. And this has happened several times. Thankfully, not on my flight, but, it's not something glamorous or something, you'd imagine everyone is coming together and really excited. People were very stressed. People were worried. People wanted to get home. And the sentiment was stress. I will say that. But, when people landed, you could see this collective sigh of relief. If I can, I don't know how much time I have left, but, there was a man at the airport in Miami who had nothing to do with our flight to Tel Aviv. And he stopped me and he said, "Are all these people going to Tel Aviv?" And I said, yeah, they are. And he said, "But isn't there war right there right now?" And I said, "Yeah, of course." And he goes, "But then why are they going back?" And I tell him, "Look, they're Israelis. In times of war, they want to be home. They want to be with their families. They don't run from trouble. They run to be with their people." And he was just so shocked. And he said, "Well, I hope that I can make it to Israel one day when all of this ends."
Absolutely. Definitely a little bit of a glimpse into that, the feeling that Israelis have, that despite the war, despite everything going on, people just want to be home. And India, we are so happy that you made it home safely. I hope you've had the time to unpack, unwind, and get kicked into fourth gear, because things here are definitely intense. But I hope you're staying safe, and I'm happy you're back. India Naftali, thank you so much for that update.
Thank you, Devo.
And now I want to go to our next ILTV correspondent, Kalev Ben David, who is standing by to join us as we head toward the end of this broadcast. Kalev, if you can hear me, we're getting some updates of a direct impact from the recent barrage that sent you into your shelter not long ago, of a direct impact near Beit Shemesh, although the IDF is now saying that no injuries were reported. Kalev, do we have any more information about this fall in Tel Aviv?
Yeah,
in Beit Shemesh.
Right. So let's be clear. It was not it was near Beit Shemesh. It was not in the town. It was in the forests that are in the vicinity of Beit Shemesh. It was not, it was apparently the fragments of a missile that was intercepted that landed over an area in a forest there. It did start a fire. Home Front Command said firefighters were sent to the area to put that out. I have to say it's very important even when a missile falls in an area like this, there's potential danger, certainly a fire. Also, these missile fragments, some of them may be unexploded ordnance, especially in these multiple warheads, and they could be dangerous. In previous conflicts, we've had cases where individuals, even children, came across pieces of a missile, picked it up, and it exploded. So it's very important for Home Front Command to get out there and deal with that. We heard that. By the way, I was in my shelter on the other side of Jerusalem. I live on the sort of opposite side of Jerusalem for Beit Shemesh, but we heard that explosion pretty loud. Earlier, there were reports also of another. You mentioned that was an Iranian missile that was fired towards over the Jerusalem area. You mentioned there was another fire from Lebanon, from Hezbollah. There are unconfirmed reports that that missile or parts of it fell in the air in an open area, open territory near what's called near the suburbs, the northern suburbs of Haifa, what we call in Israel the Krayot. Again, no injuries reported in that case, but this was a coordinated attack there.
Now, this is the images coming out of, like you said, the area near Beit Shemesh. It does look like it is close to civilian infrastructure. You can see the red roofs just near the bottom of the screen. That's civilian areas. And I also want to just take a moment to remind all of our viewers, for those who have not been updated or in the loop, we had one of the deadliest instances of ballistic missile direct impacts in Beit Shemesh, where 9 people were murdered. This is the deadliest attack that we've had in the war thus far. So Beit Shemesh definitely suffering quite a few hits.
Great point. I want to point out something. It's not likely that missile was fired at the town of Beit Shemesh. It was probably fired in the direction of Tel Aviv. We've actually not really had missiles from Iran that are fired directly at Jerusalem. But what happens is that the interceptions, the Israel's anti-missile defense systems, in this case, most likely if it's a ballistic missile from Iran, it most likely was perhaps the arrow, intercepts the missiles, and then the pieces, which are quite big and also containing them unexploded ordnance, fall down to the ground below where they were intercepted. And as you said, that looked close. That looked close to that. I would say it was lucky that whatever the pieces that were hit that fell from that missile did not fall on Beit Shemesh. It was great you pointed that out, and we have to unfortunately remind viewers that a fair number of those 10 people that were killed, and some people saying as many as 6 of them, were not in a shelter when that missile or missile fragment hit Beit Shemesh. So urgent that people stay near shelters, and then they get into the shelters, especially there, as you mentioned, in Beit Shemesh.
Absolutely. And, we actually reported, Kalev, just earlier of this massive fragment that fell after the missile was intercepted in northern Israel. But the images that you're actually seeing on your screen right now is the IDF strike of a missile launcher in Lebanon. Just minutes after a rocket was launched toward northern Israel, the IDF identified the missile launcher and took it out with Israeli Air Force airstrikes. So the IDF working quickly. Kalev, as you may see on your clock, we are almost out of time for this broadcast, but I want to use you while you're here to sort of get your opinion, a sort of op-ed, if you will, on the days ahead. There is a lot of posturing, a lot of comments by Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Trump, Iranian officials trying to dance around the fact that the successor to the Ayatollah has not yet made a public appearance or a single announcement. And there is a lot of uncertainty on what we're going to see in the coming days. So if you could just give us your brief opinion on what you think we'll be seeing. Are we ramping up the attacks on Iran? Are we reducing the ballistic missiles on Israel?
The United States, actually, U.S. officials, you heard Pete Hegseth, but other U.S. officials have said this was the day that they did, in fact, ramp up their attacks, especially. We're hearing reports from Iranian opposition figures saying that it was a day of especially this afternoon, very intense attacks on Tehran. There were a couple of reports saying that one of them seemed to be a targeted killing, if you would say, of some regime, an attempted, at least, targeted killing of some regime figure. We don't have any names yet. So we certainly, it's be the days to come. I think we have some pretty rough days ahead, because certainly as the U.S. and Israel step up their attacks, and especially start to target, if they've hit a lot of the military targets are going to start aiming at regime figures, you can assume that the Iranians are going to hit back with whatever they have left. So I think I agree with your earlier guess. This is far from over. We have tough days ahead. Israelis are going to have to hunker down and listen to Home Front Command, stay near shelters, and be patient.
Absolutely, and very important notes. We're actually now just getting breaking news, a report that Steve Witkoff, could be heading to Israel in the coming days. He says, I will likely visit Israel next week. So this is also an indication not just of the operations to come, but also of the coordination between Jerusalem and Washington on this front. Kalev, your closing remarks on a Witkoff visit.
Could be to talk about an exit strategy for Israel and the United States to decide what point they have degraded the military capability and potentially the nuclear capability of Iran. I have to say, one thing we didn't hear from Pete Hegseth is about regime change. And that may be, we have to be prepared for the fact that this one may end with a victory, certainly for Israel and the U.S. in terms of the degradation of Iran's military and nuclear capability, but it may fall short of those who are hoping it will lead to regime change. So this is what Witkoff could be coming to Israel to talk about next week.
Well, we will definitely keep everybody posted on that. Kalev, thank you so much for coming on the broadcast and giving us that update. Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
And as always, we like to end with a positive note. In Israel, a memorial in Tel Aviv was held to honor the 6 American military personnel who gave their lives in the current war with Iran. The memorial, which was held in the center of Tel Aviv, catching the eyes of passers-by, read, quote, "For the American heroes, your courage and dedication will not be forgotten. May their memories be a blessing." That's just a heartwarming display of the unbreakable bond between Israel and the United States. And with that, we have to end our broadcast, our special broadcast of ILTV on the Hour. I want to thank all of our viewers for joining us. We're reading your comments. We're seeing everything. I hope everybody is staying safe. And thank you so much for watching.
Welcome to this special edition of ILTV Security Brief. I'm Kalev Ben David. This week, it's something different. We are coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the latest breaking developments on day 5 of the war with Iran. And today saw a dramatic expansion of the war on multiple fronts. In Washington, D.C., U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has confirmed that a U.S. submarine attacked and sank an Iranian naval ship off the coast of Sri Lanka. An American sub using a torpedo on an enemy vessel for the first time since World War II. Dramatic footage there. Authorities in Sri Lanka say 180 sailors were aboard the ship. After receiving a distress call, a rescue effort was mounted. 32 sailors who were seriously wounded in the attack were brought to safety. The fate of the rest of the crew is still uncertain at this time. Now, it is possible this ship was the Iris Dena, a destroyer in the Iranian Navy that last month took part in a joint exercise with the Indian Navy in the Bay of Bengal. Well, speaking to reporters, Hegseth had this to say about that incident and the progress of the Iran war.
We are only 4 days into this, and the results have been incredible. Historic, really. Only the United States of America could lead this, only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it. Or at least, soon enough, they will know it. America is winning, decisively, devastatingly, and without mercy. Under the direct command of President Trump, the War Department unleashed this operation early Saturday morning, just 4 days ago, which means we need to remember two things. First, we are only 4 days into this. Metrics are shifting, dust is settling, and more forces are arriving. It's very early, and as President Trump has said, we will take all the time we need to make sure that we succeed. Yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II.
Historic indeed. Well, here in Israel, air raid sirens rang out several times in the north and central parts of the country. Now, this afternoon, Iran and Hezbollah, for the first time, launched a coordinated missile attack against Israel. Although most were intercepted by air defense systems, missile fragments did crash down at several locations, and at least 2 people suffered light to moderate injuries. Now, this comes as the IDF is pounding both Iranian regime and Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Israel has also issued an unusual and direct threat to Iranian regime officials in Lebanon, warning them to leave the country within 24 hours or face being targeted. IDF spokesperson Colonel Avichai Adrai said the military, quote, will not tolerate any presence of representatives of the Iranian terror regime in Lebanon, adding that after the 24-hour deadline, there will be no safe place for them. Now, Israeli ground troops have been authorized to advance in southern Lebanon in an enhanced forward defense posture to protect communities in the Galilee. And the IDF has warned civilian residents in South Lebanon that they should evacuate north of the Litani River. Meanwhile, the IDF says it carried out a major wave of airstrikes in Tehran over the last 24 hours, targeting dozens of command centers linked to Iran's internal security forces and the Basij militia, which operates under the Revolutionary Guards. Israeli Air Force jets acting on precise intelligence dropped dozens of munitions on facilities used by the regime to maintain control and support operational decision-making. Explosions also reported in other Iranian cities, including Isfahan, Shiraz, and Qom. Now, more military history was apparently made during these attacks. In the skies above Tehran, the IDF says an Israeli Air Force Adir F-35 fighter jet shot down an Iranian-piloted Yak-130 jet. Now, this is the world's first shoot-down of a manned jet in combat ever by an F-35. Now, as Operation Roaring Lion continues in the 5th day, the IDF says the Air Force has dropped more than 4,000 bombs on Iran since the start of the campaign, matching already the total number of munitions used during the entire 12-day war between the countries in last June. IDF spokesman Brigadier General Efi Defrin said that Israeli fighter jets have carried out over 1,600 sorties since the war started on Saturday. And in other war news, NATO says its forces stationed in the Mediterranean Sea today shot down an Iranian ballistic missile after it crossed over Iraq and entered into the airspace of Turkey. Now, this marks the first time that Iran has fired directly at Turkey and the first direct involvement of NATO troops or forces in the war against Iran. Also, the U.S. now reportedly in contact with Kurdish resistance groups in Iran over the possibility of staging an armed uprising in the hope of weakening the regime and helping to eventually overthrow it. Now, Reuters is claiming that the CIA has been in contact with the Kurdish resistance in western Iran, as well as Kurdish militia groups across the border in northern Iraq, discussing whether to provide them with the necessary arms to launch a revolt. The U.S. has worked with Kurdish forces during the Iraq War, as well as the battle against ISIS. Well, let's get back to the situation here in Israel. Israel under fire again today. Our correspondent and anchor, Mayan Hoffman, is in Jerusalem, where the Jewish holiday of Purim is still being celebrated. In the rest of the country, it celebrated it yesterday, but today it's Purim. Well, obviously, looking at the gentleman behind you, Mayan. First of all, just before we get to that levity, a little more serious business. Just update us on the situation today with the multiple sirens across Israel.
100%. We thought we were getting a quiet day, but ultimately we started to see numerous sirens take place from the afternoon already until recently this evening. Most recently, a siren up north. We're starting to hear preliminary reports of some fragments hitting down in the city of Elad in central Israel and some smoke billowing up in the north. We had today, for the first time, a dual attack, Hezbollah and Iran launching missiles at the same time. In that attempt, there were 5 missiles launched from Hezbollah and 1 from Iran. 2 people were injured in that attack, a man in his 30s who suffered from shrapnel wounds and another person who suffered moderate injuries. Now, one of the things that happened was when the siren went off, it caused a lot of excitement on Highway 6, one of the major highways in Israel, leading to a very dangerous accident. One woman on Highway 6 is in serious condition with multiple systemic wounds. A man in his 30s is also being treated with moderate condition. And there are 2 that were treated at the scene, a result of the siren going off on Highway 6 and people slamming on their brakes. So there have been multiple sirens today, and we were, looking at, we had such a quiet night in central Israel and Jerusalem, but starting about mid-afternoon, the sirens started to heat up, and we're waiting to see when the next one will be.
Well, despite those sirens, obviously the Purim spirit is alive and well in Jerusalem. For our non-Jewish viewers, Purim is you dress up. It's kind of like a Jewish Halloween. What is the situation there in the city during this usually festive holiday?
Yeah, so unfortunately, as you said, we celebrated Purim yesterday throughout the rest of the country. And in the formerly walled cities like Jerusalem, we celebrate what is called Shushan Purim today. However, because of the situation from the home front commands and the constant barrage of rockets, most people are needing to go home and be near their miklots or near their safe rooms. As a result, though, there are a number of home parties, as you're seeing here. It was interesting today. I spent time in the Magen David Dome 101 dispatch center, the underground shelter, where actually those rockets that we spoke about earlier went off. And on the way home, there was actually quite a bit of traffic into Jerusalem because despite regulations by the Ministry of Transportation, reducing buses and the trains running only once an hour to try to keep people out of Jerusalem, it seems that people still wanted to come and to celebrate. So here I am at a home Purim party in Jerusalem, and I wanted to interview some people. You can see all the lovely costumes behind us, Purim music playing in the background. And here I have Morgan. Morgan, how are you doing? Good. So Morgan, how is Purim different for you this year? What does it feel like here in Jerusalem?
It kind of sucked that all the parties had to be canceled last night and whatever. I'm like, hey, we just gotta bring the alcohol here. We have this alcohol, all the presents and all the candy, all the kids. So let's just have a fun time over here.
And so tell me what you're planning to do with this fun time. What are you expecting if a silent does go off?
I have in my mind 5-second walk down the stairs, about 9 stairs downstairs. It's nice and big. It's for the whole building. So we might fit probably 30-40 people there. And we'll just bring the alcohol down there, continue the party down there.
So hopefully we won't have any of those fireworks, but certainly it's going to be a fun time for those that are able to celebrate here in Jerusalem. Khaled, back to you.
All right. Mayan, I see the Purim spirit is alive and well there, right behind you, and it's good to see that those festivities in Jerusalem. Purim Sameach, happy Purim to all those revelers in Jerusalem. Thank you, Mayan. May they stay safe as well. And now, joining us for more, we have Reserves IDF Major Avraham Levine, who is joining from the Alma Research and Education Center, joining us from Northern Israel. And from the U.S., we have Dr. Eric Mandel, founder and director of the Mepin Center. Gentlemen, so much going on. Eric, I have to start with you. The U.S. Really expanding the scope of this war. I want to get your reaction to some of this, what heard, especially the U.S. attacking an Iranian ship in international waters. As you heard, Secretary Hegseth says, historic, the first torpedo attack on an enemy ship by the U.S. since World War II.
So There are amazing things happening all the time. The F-35 first dogfight with this ship in international waters, the Navy, which has been basically decimated. But what really stands out to me here is, so we don't get lost in the fog of war, is what's next? And I looked at a headline today of the Wall Street Journal. The first thing that popped up was Israel blowing up Iran police station, clearing the way for a revolt. And so I think of the beyond the exciting kinetic things that are happening, I think the things that we really are going to make the most difference if this war is going to accomplish what the president wants and what Israel wants is what is needed for this regime change. And are we going to see any defections? The arming of the separatists, whether it's Kurdish or Azari or Baluch or Turk. Remember, half the country of Iran are minorities. And the targeting of the internal security apparatus, the Bajij and the IRGC, that is continuing all the time. So that I think we need to have the big picture also and not just get lost in the war, which is fantastic that Israel and the United States control the skies, that they are integrated like no two allies since World War II, which is all incredible, but we have to think about what's next. And then the other part here is the political reverberations that are occurring in the United States, why the attack happened. And we had heard from Secretary of State Rubio that it seemed like America dragged Israel dragged America into the war. And it turns out it really was not. That was a fact out of context. It was because Bibi told Trump that there was this meeting that was happening, the supreme leader. Here it was reported that it was the CIA, but it seems that it was really Mossad that did that. And Trump already knew he wanted to attack. He actually wanted to attack the week before, which has not been reported. He did it because of a combination of things, including bad weather. And we knew Trump had given up because Witkoff had told him that the Iranians were boasting that they can make, I think it was 11 nuclear bombs with 460 kilograms of 60% uranium. So the president had laid out the case of why we are here, and that it was partly personal, to restore national honor to the United States after administrations, Republican and Democrat, did nothing when Americans were killed, and to never allow the leading state sponsor of terror to go and to have a nuclear weapon. And people say, why now, beyond all of that? And I think a big part, there was 5 things here that really jump out at me. Don't take your eyes off Pickaxe Mountain in Natanz. It was going to be, and it may be too deep for one of our massive ordinances to hit. The supersonic missiles that could come, anti-ship missiles that could threaten our carrier groups, the possible delivery of 5th-generation planes from Russia and China to Iran, new surface-to-air missiles, which would get rid of the control of the sky, and also to the ballistic missiles. Their plan was very clear, to overwhelm all of CENTCOM defenses, Israeli defenses, and it had to be hit at this point of time. So we are obviously looking at all the important things that are happening. Let's not forget Lebanon also. But we have to remember there is a plan that's going on, and this is not willy-nilly. And maybe later we could talk about the politics that are happening in the United States over the War Powers Act.
Yeah, we're going to break down. You covered a lot of ground. We'll go into the specifics of that in a bit. But let's just focus now on one area in the war. You could say now in the north, in northern Israel, Avram. By the way, some, I should say, breaking news, 2 soldiers receiving moderate to light injuries there from anti-tank fire. Israeli troops now reportedly operating even across the border in South Lebanon. What is Israel's goal here? How far can it go now that Hezbollah took the first shot after repeated warnings from Israel and became part of this bigger conflict? How far can Israel go to deal with the Hezbollah situation in Lebanon?
It almost seems like IDF was waiting for this opportunity. I think Hezbollah has made another strategic mistake. If we look back, obviously October 7th, not joining Hamas was a lucky break for Israel. The fact that they did join on October 8th with rockets and missiles was the second big mistake. And I think now they're giving us a chance to maybe finish off the job. And I'd like to just pick up where Eric started by saying we could do our best from here, from Israel, from the north, and we have patience and we're able to hold on and battle against Hezbollah. But the truth is, we're waiting for the government in Lebanon to get up. We're waiting for them to make their move against Hezbollah. Israel is not trying to take over Lebanon. We're trying to eliminate the threat of Hezbollah and allow Lebanon to get up, stand on their own feet against Hezbollah. And if we take Hezbollah out of the equation, there's a chance for a great border and peace here in the north. But right now, when they're not doing their job, I think we're forced to go to war. We're not going to a ground maneuver and occupying Lebanon. What IDF right now is doing across the border is widening the 5 positions that we've been holding on to since the ceasefire agreement and widening them. We're actually moving left and right, not forward into Lebanon yet. And there's many steps to come. But I think as Eric started, we're definitely winning. We see a declining effort from Iran in the past 2 days, much lower than the first 2 days of the war. And we see a declining effort by Hezbollah trying to shoot UAVs, to send UAVs and make some kind of a last effort. But I think they're declining. And I think this is the time to actually pressure again and again, more and more, until we really reach the level that Hezbollah is out of the equation completely.
All right. Well, certainly that also depends on what happens to their sponsor, the Iranian regime. Eric, I want to get back to you, and you wanted to discuss somewhat of the broader political dimensions of the war. And I want to also maybe doing it in the context. There were some things you talked about using, say, the U.S. using, say, these proxy forces in Lebanon, in Iran, like the Kurds, like the Azeris, the Baluchi forces. The fact that there are nuclear sites that maybe can't be destroyed, but they all suggest that at some point they're going to need to be some kind of, let's call it boots on the ground, not maybe American boots, but somebody's boots on the ground to affect regime change. And is that the political will, if it extends to that kind of conflict there in the U.S.? Can President Trump stand up to the political pressures that may be brought upon him?
So, at least historically, we don't believe that without